Let's report to orientation, that is all.
Aw, yeah.
Stories, baby.
Indeed, giving you the sweet stories. Hey, Fox and Bull, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. I love you guys. I'm so glad to have you here tonight. I hope that you guys are all having a good weekend. The upcoming 4th of July weekend-ish, whatever. I don't know. Right now, we live in a rural area, and of course, we get the redneck fireworks, gunshots up into the air and all that kind of good stuff. But hopefully, you guys are handling everything okay, and that your doggos and kitties and turtles and other thingies are all handling it okay too. I really hope so, man. It's definitely a mess this time of year when you've got pets and stuff. So it's horrible. But yeah. Dearheart is here. Jalena's here. She's she's currently playing Star Wars Galaxies. She's kind of like doing a bit of questing and all that kind of good stuff. I need to switch scenes too, don't I? I totally forgot to do that. Where are you guys? You should tell me these things. Anyways, so she's off playing SWG at this point in time. And do what? Oh, you're in ad hell. Okay, gotcha. Well, anyways, so see, my wife isn't even subscribed to me. It's terrible. It was much calmer last year. I think people are broke here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's kind of funny. It reminds me of Chris Rock talking about, don't make the guns expensive, make the bullets expensive, and make people think twice about how they use them. If a bullet's going to cost you $5,000, you're going to really think twice about what you're going to do with it. Don't make me go out and get a second mortgage. Anyways, so tonight we're gonna do some more stories. I've got a story actually on tap for you guys that I think that you're gonna really enjoy. It is called The Blizzard of Terror. I thought, well, you know what, since it's summertime and it's nice and hot where everybody is right now, I think Fox and Bull, you guys are probably already halfway melting over into the oblivion down there. Anyways, figured doing a story about somewhere nice and cold might be a little bit relieving for you. And at the same time, I'm going to be finishing up this painting that I started the other day. I do also want to tell you guys, I do have some plans as far as what I'm going to be doing with my various channels. So not only on Twitch, but on YouTube as well. This is primarily going to be for the YouTube side of things, but I figured I'd tell it for the Twitch part of things too, because I probably will be doing things on Twitch with it as well. But since I have all of these stories that are available to tell, I am actually going to start on the times where I don't feel like doing art or gaming or things like that, and I just want to do some streaming. I am going to do story streams where we're kind of just doing a little bit of sort of an ASMR visual and that kind of thing. And I can actually show you, I spent hours creating this little particular scene yesterday, trying to get it all nice and arranged. And I really like how it came out. So this is kind of like what I'm going to be doing as far as the story streams goes. It'll just be kind of like this type of thing, and just letting the stories play. And I think that would be pretty cool. I like these old radio shows. I like these old radio dramas and mysteries and sci-fi stories and all that kind of stuff. I really enjoy listening to them. Jolene, not so much, but me, most definitely. It's kind of like right up my alley as far as, things that I really enjoy. And I thought, there's not really that many people that have that kind of thing over on the YouTubes. And so, maybe even looking at it as a historical preservation kind of a thing would be good. The more we can make sure that those kind of, old things like that are archived in different ways and accessible for people in different ways, I think it's a good thing, I do. I think that it's a benefit for humanity in general, because the more time passes, the more we realize the things that we're losing, So, things like this are a valid thing that we should preserve. Maybe certain ones out there aren't. I do have issues with things like, the old Lone Ranger kind of thing, because there was a lot of like racism that was kind of inherent with it, especially with the whole Tonto stuff, so I likely won't be doing anything like those. But I think that there is validity to making sure that things of the past do get preserved in some kind of way. So, that's kind of the thought process that I have in my head. There are times where, and I'm sure that you guys out there with, especially that suffer from, mental health issues and that kind of thing, you guys know that there are times where you just simply can't, where you just don't have the energy, no matter how much you want to do the things that you love to do, So, for those kind of times and those kind of, deals, I think that having right, just right, exactly. I think that for the times where that kind of thing happens to me, which happens thankfully not as much these days as it used to, years ago. It doesn't happen as much these days as it used to, but for those times where it does, and I just don't have the energy to paint, I don't have the energy to even play a game, kicking back and listening to one of the stories or a story or a few, is a fun thing for me to do. And I hope that you guys enjoy it too. I've gotten some really nice responses from the YouTube side of things, as far as me doing this kind of stuff. And you guys over here on Twitch as well have seemed to enjoy it quite a bit too. It's nice, because you can kind of just drag in, drop, and pay attention to things as you can, and it's not too difficult to catch up or keep up or whatever, so yeah, I think that doing something like that would be fun for me and hopefully fun for you guys too. And I don't think there's anybody else on Twitch at all who's doing anything like playing these old stories out, like at all. I don't think it's a thing in general on Twitch. So I guess I have kind of a unique spin. Fox and Bull creeping over on YouTube as well, I see. So yeah, I don't know what you guys think, but that's sort of what my take on things is for the future. Not that I'm not going to be doing games or having Jolene on the stream and that kind of thing, but to be honest, like. And this is sort of like maybe getting more personal or whatever, but you guys know me. I don't mind getting personal and stuff. But for me, streaming is something that's in my blood. It's something that I've been doing for years. It's something that I enjoy doing. I love doing it. But there are times where I just don't have the energy to be able to accomplish much with it. And I always feel bad when that happens. I feel bad when that's the case because I don't want to disappoint you guys, I don't want to drop off the face of the planet or whatever, like I did for a year when I got sick. But for me, it's something that it's definitely in my blood. And when I don't do it, I do feel kind of bad for not doing it, and I know that's just my own self guilt kind of thing that pops into existence. But, it's just what it is. Yeah, it's definitely conducive for my overall, especially my mental health, because again, there's times where I just can't. And as far as like Jolene is concerned, she does enjoy doing streaming stuff to a point, but it's not her thing. Like she doesn't like it. She doesn't feel bad when doing it or anything along those lines, but it's like if she had a choice of doing something different, she probably would. And it's more just a thing that she wants to enjoy being together with me, doing things that I want to do and that kind of stuff because, well, she loves me and she likes to do things with me, I guess, but it's not in her blood like it is mine, You know, it's not like she has this need or desire to do it. If it's there, she's going to do it. And if not, well, that's fine too. You know, like that's fine too. Yeah. You're a quiet person by nature. So to be forced to talk to fill the silent void is not me. Right. Exactly. And I do feel bad about that because when I'm doing the painting stuff, paying attention to so many different things is difficult. It's very distracting, you know, to be able to focus on actually getting a really nice painting to come along. And it's not that I don't want to chat and not that I don't want to talk or anything along those lines, but it's easier for me to like have the story playing, be painting, have somebody come in with the chat and be able to respond to it, you know, as I can, or as I get a moment where I'm taking a stop for the painting, you know, to kind of catch up. And normally Jolene would be the one that's like sitting there reading off the chat to me and that kind of thing. And I can do the responses to it. But again, it's not something that she really enjoys doing. She does it, because again, she cares about me and she wants to make things easier on me as she can, because she knows I have my issues, with the blindness and stuff. Again, that alone makes things difficult to keep up with, you know. So, you know, just kind of like laying it all on the line for you guys. This is sort of what I'm thinking of as the future for the channel. And again, it's not that I'm not going to be on here talking. I'm on here talking right now. I have been for 15 minutes now or whatever. So, you know, it's not that I don't enjoy that and I don't want to do it. I do. It's just there are times where like I want to do this painting, for instance, but I don't want to be super distracted when doing the painting. So, you know, I can play the story and that way you guys stay entertained. I stay entertained, you know, listening to the story. It kind of like helps me focus. And it's kind of cool, I think, to be, you know, listening to a horror story or a mystery story or something like that and have a painting coming out that's sort of like tied into it in some kind of way. You know, the other night when I started this painting, we were listening to a story about, a bathysphere, you know, where this guy went under the ocean in a submarine, you know, sort of thing. And it was this whole, you know, mystery story that was taking place. And it kind of inspired me to do something maybe sort of related in a way, you know? So I like the fact that I kind of, you know, keep the inspiration going in different ways like that. It's pretty cool to me. And I hope that you guys enjoy that kind of thing too. So anyways, just figured I'd catch you guys up on things and let you know what my future plans are with things. We will still be definitely doing games and that kind of stuff. And once Jolene feels a little bit more inspired to do crocheting, I'm sure she'll be on, you know, doing the crocheting stuff. But you know, that it's unfortunately she has like so lost the drive and the will to do her crochet work for some reason, for like months now. Like she has not felt like doing it. And she like every time that she like tries to do it, it's a slog for her and she doesn't really get why, you know. But it's not the first time that's happened with her either, you know. There have been times in the past where she will, you know, crochet or do art or whatever, and like whatever it is that she had driving her to do it, you know, sort of peters out, and then she's done for months, you know, and then she'll pick it back up and get back to it again. But it takes her a bit, you know, and that's fair. Like that's totally a thing for a lot of artists, I think, when the inspiration's having difficulty like that. It happens. So anyways, well, we'll go ahead and get into things here. And I just wanted to catch everybody up here at the beginning of things to let you know what my thought process is with things. I'm going to be kind of gearing myself up to probably, well, like one of the things I'm thinking is taking like maybe 2 or 3 of the longer form stories that are lasting, you know, 45 minutes or whatever, sort of finding ones that have similar themes and maybe putting a video together with those 3 stories, to then upload onto YouTube as a story content kind of a thing. Not necessarily again with me talking or painting or anything like that, but doing things like this scene right here to give somebody, give the people a little bit of something to look at while they're listening to the story or whatever. I like doing that kind of thing. I think that it's pretty cool. So that's likely what I'm going to start doing. The nice thing is that a lot of these old radio shows are all public domain, so I don't have to worry about copyright at all, which is nice. So it's kind of a pain in the butt to get things put together and do it in like a coherent way that's nice, a nice package, Anyways, so let's go ahead and get into some of the stories here. Like I said, the first one that I've got on tap for you is the Blizzard of Terror. And it seemed pretty interesting from what I heard of it so far. And I hope
CBS Radio.
I hope that you guys will like it too. So anyways, and I'm going to get to the painting. We'll see what ends up coming out with this painting by the time everything's said and done. But I love you guys. Make sure you keep chatting. It's all good. We'll get to you. We're here. We're here. We're alive. We're here. Anyways, love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever known terror? Have you ever come up against something that so threatened you, so horrified you, that it stopped your heart for a moment? If you never have, count yourself lucky. But don't count on your luck too much. After all, who's to say that terror may never touch you, huh? Consider Helen and Jim Crane. They never thought it would ever touch them.
Blood. Jim, there's blood all over. And the axe. Did you see the axe?
Come on, let's get out of here.
Blizzard, we
can't stay here either. There must have been a terrible fight in that kitchen, and I'm not waiting for the winner to come back.
You don't suppose...
What?
The murderer the police are looking for. The man who slaughtered the Grant family. They said he was holed up somewhere on the mountain. This cabin, maybe? You don't think...
All I think is that we'd better get out of here.
Our mystery drama, Blizzard of Terror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Lois Smith.
I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
More of the Mystery Theater on WABC.
Dare you join me now in a blizzard of terror? Not so fast, not so quick to answer yes. Are your nerves in shape for what lies ahead? Have you promised yourself a good night's sleep? A promise you want to keep? In simple brief, are you who now listen to my voice ready to cope with terror? Very well. You made the choice, not I. Come along, then. Well, come on.
That China will form no coalition with Russia in the foreseeable future. That's the world news. Now I have a special bulletin from the big Indian Sheriff's office.
Jim, turn the radio
Sheriff
off.
Ed Ralston warns all motorists to stay off the roads on Thunder Mountain. Not only because of the blizzard, but also because the man sought for the brutal murder of the Grant family is believed to be hiding out somewhere on the
Jim,
mountain.
please, shut
Slaughtered,
it off.
all of them, with a kitchen carving knife. The Grant family...
Thank you, Mr. Crane.
You're welcome, Mrs. Crane.
We don't need to be told again and again that we're in a blizzard on Thunder Mountain. We know we are, thanks to you. I'm sorry.
Okay, skip it. Maybe it is my fault.
Jim!
Wow, that was a close one. You know, I can't see the road. All I can see is snow.
What's that?
What's what?
There, just ahead, back under the trees. A cabin?
So?
We better stop.
Oh, no way.
Jim.
We're just managing to make it up this grade now. If we stop, we'll never get started
If
again.
we keep going, we're sure to get stuck. Those snowdrifts out there are getting worse.
Yeah, I know,
We'd
but
be safer in that cabin.
we could freeze to
Jim,
death.
please, for once, listen to reason.
Okay. You win. You always do.
Don't stop here. The cabin's over there.
If we drive in there, we will get stuck.
You really are going to have to get new glasses. Can't you see the road?
Oh, yeah. Tire tracks. Snowed over, but tracks.
Those tire tracks, they mean somebody's there. Yes. Look. Smoke's coming out of the chimney. Now, are you glad we turned in?
Swooning with delight.
You're angry because I was right.
When are you wrong? When are you ever wrong?
Oh, you are something. You are. You are really Why do we quarrel like this, fly at each other every time?
Well, maybe if you weren't so darned independent. Forget it. Okay, come on.
Ooh. Oh, nice. It's so cool.
Yeah, all right, let's get inside. Fast. Hello? Anybody home? Hello?
Just open the door and go in.
Well, I don't like to just barge in.
Jim, under the circumstances, if you won't, I will. Hello? Anyone here? Hello?
There must be somebody here. There's a fire smoldering in the fireplace. Here, look, there's a pipe in this ashtray. The tray is full of pipe ashes.
Yeah. Oh, here's a coffee cup, half full.
Uh-huh.
There's a book open on the table. Huh. Jung's Psychology of the Unconscious. Whoever owns this place must be a brain. Hello? Anyone here? Hello?
Helen, don't do that. You've got no right to go nosing around.
Bedroom. Nobody in it. Must be the kitchen. Behind that door.
Helen!
Yes.
Let's just sit down and just wait for whoever owns this place to come back, huh?
I just want...
You've got no right, Helen. Now, the owner of this place must be the kind of person who wouldn't like people nosing around.
Oh, now,
I'm telling
really?
you. Just look at it. This isn't just a cabin. It's a kind of lodge. Here, that wall lined with books. There, a hi-fi. Stacks of records, all classical. And those paintings on the walls. Helen, please.
I want a cup of coffee, and if this door leads to the kitchen...
Just won't listen. Just won't ever listen. Well, what are you standing there for? Now that you've opened the door, go on in.
Oh. Good Lord.
What is it?
Oh. Jim. Oh, Jim.
Helen, what is it?
The
What?
kitchen. Oh. The kitchen. Ah.
Here, Helen, here. You better sit down. You look like you're going to faint. Now, you just sit there. I'll have a look. Oh, no. Oh, Helen, come on now. We better get out of here.
My God. Oh, Jim. Blood all over. And the axe. Did you see the axe?
Yeah, that's the first thing I saw. Come on.
Blizzard. We
can't stay here. There must have been some hell of a fight in that kitchen, and I'm not waiting for the winner to come back.
Oh, you don't suppose...
What?
The murderer? The murderer they're looking for, that man who slaughtered the Grant family? They said he was holed up somewhere on the mountain.
Helen, I don't know, and we're not going to hang around to find out. Now, come on, let's get out of here. Hello.
Hello.
I'm Jim Crane. This is my wife, Helen. We got caught in a blizzard, and we saw your cabin, and we just came in.
We were over at Big Mountain for a skiing weekend, and we started back too late, thanks to my husband.
Oh. Yeah, I guess it was my fault. You see, I don't ski. My wife does, but I don't. And, well, I got into this poker game, and I was winning, and I couldn't quit when I was ahead. You know how it is?
You don't have to make any excuses to me, friend. Maybe to her, but not to me.
Well, I was just explaining.
Like ice in here. Better get that fire going again.
You needn't bother on our account.
I'm not.
Well, what I meant was we were just leaving.
Not in that blizzard, you're not, Mrs. Crane.
It's Miss Morgan, if you don't mind.
I thought you said she's your wife.
Well, she keeps her maiden name.
You kidding?
No,
You marry a doll and give her your name and she won't use it? What's the matter, excuse me, Ms. Morgan, you said, huh? What's the matter? Your husband's name isn't good enough for you?
It isn't that.
Then what is it?
I prefer to keep my own name, that's all. A lot of women do these days.
Yeah, they call it women's lib.
Women's what?
Lib. For liberation. You know, they keep their names, their independence, their jobs, everything.
Everything, eh? That's too bad. You were my wife, doll. You wouldn't keep your name or your job or, anything. What do you do besides letting her get away with all this?
Engineer. I'm an engineer.
You drive a train?
Oh, no, not that kind of engineer. Hydraulic engineer. Water power.
Oh. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I don't smoke.
You?
I don't smoke either. And I thought you...
Huh?
Nothing.
You thought I was?
Well, I noticed the pipe in the ashtray, so...
Oh, well, yes, I do smoke a pipe now and then. Cigarettes, too.
You haven't told us your name.
Jake.
Jake what?
Jake's enough. We need more wood. I'll get it.
Oh, let's get out of here.
No, we can't.
Well, we've got to. He doesn't own this place. He doesn't live here. And from the looks of him, oh, good Lord, what a bruiser. He could be the murderer the sheriff's looking for. The blood on his clothes, it's all over his parka.
Helen, we can't be sure it's blood.
What else could it be? And what about the cigarettes? There's not one cigarette in that ashtray. There's nothing but pipe ashes.
Yeah, that's true, all right.
And he's stupid. Totally uninformed. He couldn't be the man who reads these books, listens to that music. He never heard of women's lib. He thought you drove a train.
Helen, we can't leave. We could die out there.
We can die in here. And I have a feeling we will, if we don't get...
That'll hold us for a while. And enough wood in the shed to keep us warm through the night. As though with a little lady like this to keep you warm, you wouldn't have to worry too much, would you? Well, don't look so upset, Jimmy boy, would you? I wouldn't. But then I'd see to that. Not a bad idea, come to think of it. How about a drink, sweetie? Or don't you do that either?
I could use a drink, yes.
You, Jim?
Thanks, yes. What do you do, Jake?
Right now, nothing.
Well, I mean when you do something.
Let's see, we got scotch, bourbon, vodka. What'll it be?
Helen?
Scotch.
Huh?
I said scotch.
No, please?
Excuse me, please.
Jimmy boy?
The same. Please.
One thing you gotta say for men. They got better manners than women. Well, come on. Pull up to the fire here. Let's all get, cozy. That okay with you, Helen?
It'll certainly be warmer by the fire.
That isn't what I said.
I know what you said.
What'd I say? Here you are.
Thank you.
Showing better manners. Good.
Thanks.
That's better. Easy chair, warm fire, drink. That's much better.
Nice place you've got here.
It's all right.
You must do a lot of reading, all those books.
I read some, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I see you like classical music, too.
Hmm.
Who are your favorites? Composers, I mean.
Oh,
Beethoven, maybe?
yes, I like Beethoven.
Oh, me too. I'm especially fond of his 10th Symphony.
Oh, yes, I go for that, too. Well, I don't know about you two, but I'm getting hungry. Could use some supper. How about it?
Yeah, I could eat.
You, sweetie?
Oh, I suppose. Yes.
Good. But first, we'll have to clean up the kitchen. It's a real bloody mess out there, and I mean bloody.
What do you mean bloody?
Just said there's blood all over. All over me, too. See?
Oh, yes.
How, what happened?
I didn't want to kill him. I had to. I surprised him out there in the kitchen, and he came for me. It was an axe, and it was the handiest thing, and I used that. I sank it into his skull, deep. I couldn't help thinking of the Grant family.
The Grant?
Yes, you haven't heard about that. Whole family down in the valley. Slaughtered. Blood all over. Like out there in the kitchen. Well, we better get to it.
You mean me?
There's a lot to clean up. I can't do it by myself.
Jim will help you.
No. You will.
I'd rather not.
I didn't ask you whether you'd rather or wouldn't. I'm telling you. I'll give you 2 minutes to get out in this kitchen with me and get to work.
There is no Beethoven 10th. Oh, Jim, what have we got ourselves into?
Helen, better humor him. Go on now. You better go on out into that kitchen.
I'm scared. I just can't be in that kitchen, not alone with him. Oh, you saw the way he looks at me. The things he says.
Oh, don't worry. I'll protect you.
You?
Well, how about it, dollface? Are you coming?
Yes. Yes. I'm coming.
Helen and Jim feel the first stirrings of terror. But worse, much worse, lies ahead for them. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
On WABC.
Suppose now that you, not Jim and Helen Crane, but you had sought shelter from the blizzard in that forsaken mountain cabin. You had met this strange and quite obviously murderous man who calls himself Jake. Suppose you, not Helen, are helping him, against your will, to clean up the shambles in the kitchen. The bloody shambles.
Well, that's it, I guess.
The axe needs to be washed. There's blood all over it. Well, go on, wash it.
I can't touch it.
And not as liberated, wasn't that the word, as you thought?
I don't see what that's got to do with it.
I kind of got the impression you felt you could do anything a man could do. All right, I'll wash the axe. You start making supper. Well, what are you standing there for? Get busy.
I don't know where anything is.
Lots of canned stuff in that closet, and there's a can over on the wall. Think you know how to use it?
I'll try.
Spunky, aren't you?
Spunky.
You know there was a killer in this kitchen this afternoon, and I was the one who used this axe. You know that, but you got the nerve to stand up to me. Maybe too much nerve.
Here's beans and spaghetti, stew. And that's about it. What do you want?
You decide. I figure you're good at deciding things. That's what's wrong between you and your hubby?
How do you know there's something wrong?
No sweat. 5 minutes with the two of you, and anybody could see you're too pushy. And him, he's too much the other way. Yep, like I said, you're too spunky. Somebody ought to take a little of it out of you.
Get your hands off me.
Oh, come on now.
Now let me go. Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh.
What's going on? Well, you might say I was starting to do what you should do, Jimmy boy.
Well, don't try that again. You do.
And you won't do any more than you're doing right now.
Oh, no? Oh, no?
Oh, Jim, please. It's all right now. No harm done. I'm not hurt or anything.
What's the big deal, Jimmy boy? Little kiss between friends. What's to get psyched up about? Come on, chum. Let's you and me have a friendly drink while Helen gets supper ready.
No, I don't want to.
Come on. You know how to use that can opener, sweetie?
I'll manage.
That's my girl. Scotch, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see you tried to use the phone. Don't look so surprised. You put it back the wrong way around.
The phone's dead.
I could have told you that.
The wires are down, I guess.
No. I cut the wires.
You cut? I see.
Well, you drink, Jimmy boy. Cheers. Oh, and by the way, in case you've got any other ideas about getting help, those guns over the fireplace aren't loaded. And neither is that revolver on the mantel.
Jake.
Yeah?
I'll make a deal with you.
What gives you the idea that you're in any position to make a deal?
I'm not, but you've got aces back to back. I know that, but I'm still in the game, Jake.
You're a good poker player. You're bluffing, but I'd never be able to tell it in your face.
Are you going to listen?
All ears.
Let us go, Helen and me. Let us go, and we won't say a thing, not a thing, to anybody.
About what?
What? You know.
I don't know.
Look, I don't want to spell it out.
You got no choice. I hold aces back to back, like you said.
All right. My wife and I, we have a pretty good idea who you are. You know that, or I wouldn't be telling you.
Uh-huh.
So, what you're thinking, once these two leave here, they'll contact the sheriff and give them a lead on me. Well, all I want to say is, just give us a break, and we won't say a word to anybody.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And in return,
you just let us go.
Who's holding you?
Well, you know what I mean. We can't go now, not with that blizzard out there. I mean, tomorrow or the next day, whenever the plow comes through and clears the road. I want you to let us live.
What for? Answer me that, Jimmy boy. What for?
Well, that's a crazy question.
Yeah? Let me tell you something. Tell me. You in love with your wife? You can't answer that, huh? She in love with you? Can't answer that either, huh? Can you? How long you been married? You can answer that.
3 years.
What happened, Jimmy? What happened between the time 3 years ago you two couldn't wait to get married, I'll bet, and now, when you can't wait to get divorced? You are thinking about divorce, aren't you?
Well, we don't get along, that's for sure, but...
For what? You're at each other's throats day in and day out, right? Nothing but fights, arguments, frustrations on both sides. From the minute you get up till you go to bed, right? Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
And you want to live? For what?
Well, you keep hoping things will change.
They won't. Unless you make them change. Very few ever do. They keep hoping right into the grave, hoping. Like the Grants.
Why did you kill the Grants?
They killed themselves. They were dead long before they were put out of their misery. Like you and her. I'll make a deal with you, Jimmy.
I'm listening.
You give me a good reason why you should go on living. And it's a deal.
We want to.
No. You just don't want to die. Now, it wasn't a bad meal, sweetie. You're real talented with a can opener.
Thank you.
Storm's getting worse. Yeah, we're really snowed in now. Drifts above the windowsills. Better build this fire up, and then I guess we'll hit the sack. Where do you want to sleep, sweetie? Come on now. You shouldn't have any trouble making up your mind.
Oh, I haven't. I'll sleep with my husband, as usual.
As usual?
What kind of a crack is that?
Now, cool it, Jimmy boy.
Well, I won't have my wife insulted. I don't care how big you are, Jake, or how tough or cold-blooded. I won't have you insulted.
Jim, now stop it. This is no time for gallantry. You're no match for him. He'd kill you.
Besides, you took me the wrong way. All I meant was... Well, come on now, be honest. How long has it been since you two did sleep together as husband and wife?
That's no business of yours.
Long time, huh? Well, the minute I laid eyes on you, the way you acted toward each other, looked at each other, the way you talked, anybody could see you hated each other.
We don't hate each other.
You love each other? You see, that's what I mean. You two. You don't hate, you don't love. You don't nothing. And you ask me, that's a nutty way to live. So how about it, sweetie?
How about what?
There's a nice big double bed in that bedroom, and it's going to be a cold night. And me, I sure appreciate it.
I warn you, Jake.
Oh, Jim! I'll sleep out here on the couch.
Come here, sweetie.
What? Oh.
Let old Jake see if he can change your
mind.
mind.
Oh, hey, now.
Get
what
your
are you
hands off her.
Come here.
You dirty...
Jim!
Why,
you
shouldn't... little creep. Hit me, would you?
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I guess I'll hold you for a while, Jimmy boy. Now, you, dog.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You can kill me if you want to. You could torture me for hours, but I would never...
Suit yourself. No, I think about it. What would I want with you? Oh, when Jimmy boy comes to, tell him not to get any ideas in the night about escaping or overpowering me. He hasn't a chance.
Jim? Jim?
Oh, I'll be okay. He sure packs a mean wallop.
We shouldn't have even thought of standing up to him.
Some things a man will take and some things he won't. And manhandling his wife is one of them.
Jim, can we get out? Do you think? Would there be any way?
No. We're snowed in. Even if we could get to the car, we wouldn't be able to drive it afoot in those drifts.
What about telephoning for help?
Well, the phone's dead. He cut the wires.
Oh.
But don't you worry. Don't you worry, Helen. There's one thing he overlooked.
What?
That revolver on the mantelpiece. This.
It's loaded?
Not yet, but it's going to be. He made a big point about those guns over the mantel and this revolver having no bullets in them. I knew that without being told. Those guns were the first thing I went for when you two were in the kitchen.
But if they're unloaded...
Well, I nosed around. I couldn't find any ammunition for the guns on the wall, but I found these in that drawer.
Do they fit?
Looks as if they ought to. We'll soon find out.
They do. They fit.
Yeah, thank heavens.
What do we do now?
We'll wait till morning. But we're safe now, Helen. Safe.
Thanks to you, darling.
You know, you haven't called me that in I don't know when. Jim, it's something I forgot to mention. I kind of figure you must have found the bullets for that revolver in the desk drawer. You did, didn't you?
What of it?
Don't bother loading that gun. It doesn't work. The trigger's broken. Nice.
Helpless once again, Jim and Helen can only stare at each other as fear touches them with icy fingers. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Terror's icy fingers grip Helen and Jim Crane as they face all but certain death at the hands of Jake. Curious, though, isn't it? Even strange that their fear, shared in common, brings them closer to each other than ever before in the 3 years of their marriage. Strange. Curious.
Jim,
Oh, I didn't know you were awake.
I've hardly slept.
I'm sorry. I've done the best I could with this fire through the night to keep the room warm.
I know. I watched you get up out of that chair again and again. Thank you, Jim.
What?
You did it mostly for me. For my comfort. Thank you.
Nonsense. I need a little warmth, too, you know.
You don't get much, do you? From me.
Could be I don't rate much.
I think you do.
Why do you withhold it?
I only just found out.
Found out?
It wasn't the cold that kept me awake through the night. It was thinking about Jake and us.
Yeah, well, we'll manage a way out of this. I don't know how, but we will.
I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about something he said last night. He said, we don't hate each other, we don't love, we don't nothing. And then he said, you ask me, that's a nutty way to live. Well, it is, isn't it?
If what he said was true about us, but it isn't.
It is.
Not for me. I did a lot of thinking, too. I love you, Helen. I always have. It's just that...
Yes?
I don't know. It seems I can't reach you anymore. Something happened to us along the way, and I can't figure out what it is.
I think I can.
Tell me.
I don't know. I think maybe it's just the times we live in. I mean, well, take women's lib.
I don't see anything wrong with women's lib. The fact is, I'm all for it if it doesn't go too far.
It did with me, I think.
Oh, I don't know.
I do. I wanted to be... I still want to be my own person. Myself. Me. The last thing I wanted was to be dependent on anyone, and I guess especially on you. But last night, oh, Jim, I was scared. And when you fought for me, when you, well, you just went for him like a raging animal, Jim, and you did it for me. I know you wouldn't have done it for yourself, or maybe for anyone, but you did it for me. Oh, Jim, I needed you. I really did need you.
Well, maybe the truth is... The simple truth is that we need each other. I don't mean just you and me, but everybody. I mean, we're all in the same boat, aren't we? Same world. We are dependent on each other, so... Why do we fight it?
I'm not fighting it anymore. I made up my mind to that during the night. Jim?
Hmm?
I love you. You are a wonderful husband, only I just never gave you the chance to be.
Oh, Helen, sweetheart.
Oh, I do love you. Oh, Jim, I do. Oh, I do.
Oh, dearest.
Well, look what's going on here. When did you two scrappers become lovebirds? Never mind. The fire needs building up. Get some wood, Jim. It's out back in the shed.
Okay.
So, you think you've fallen in love with your husband all over again, eh?
You were listening. You overheard.
Laugh myself sick.
I don't see anything funny about it.
You wouldn't. You believe it. So does he. Fact is, the two of you in the same boat, and no, you better row together or else.
Or else what?
You'll find out, sweetie.
What will you take to let us go?
Kind of putting the cart before the horse, aren't you? Go where?
The blizzard has stopped.
But those drifts out there must be 6 to 8 feet high.
They must plow that road. They have to keep it open. A plow is sure to come through, if not today, tomorrow.
Could be.
Well, then.
Well, then what?
Don't kill us. Let us go.
Why should I?
I'll give you anything you want. I'll do anything you want.
How do you know what I want? What makes you so sure you can supply it?
You've made that plain enough. Jake, I beg you, let us live. At least, let Jim live. And I'll do anything. Anything. Oh, Jim!
Oh, what happened?
Jim.
Oh, I was bringing an armful of wood, and I stepped on a log. Oh, twisted my ankle.
Here, let me give you a hand. Just lean on me. Now, take it easy.
Jim, dear.
Easy now, easy. Yeah, sit right there.
Let me get that shoe off.
Let him get it off himself. He's no cripple. You get out in the kitchen and scare up some breakfast. You heard me.
Oh, the pain.
See if you can stand on it.
Stand?
Try it.
I can't. I'm helpless. Oh.
Yeah. Real helpless. Hey, you make a good cup of coffee, Doe.
Thank you. I'll get another cold compress for your ankle, Jim.
He's all right.
I
said he's okay. Let him worry about his ankle. You and me have some unfinished business.
What is this? Helen, what is this?
It's the only way.
What only way? What are you talking about?
Jim, I made a deal with him.
A deal?
I said I'd do anything if he'd let us go.
Are you out of your mind?
He's going to kill us. Now, you know that.
You're crazy. He'll get what he wants, and then he'll kill us.
No.
Yes.
No, because I'm going to kill him with this
kitchen knife.
All I want is to get close enough to him.
No.
And then
No, you can't do that. It isn't in you to do that.
It's got to be. There isn't any other way.
What's keeping you?
I'm coming.
And leave the knife, Doll. These petitions are awful thin. You ought to know that by now. Put the knife down, I said.
Stay where you are, Helen.
You made a deal. And she's gone through with it.
Over my dead body.
No, you fool. Over your live body.
Over my live?
He said he'd spare you.
Spare me? He said us.
She lied. She made the bargain to save you.
Helen, you would...
I love you. I love you, Jim. I told you that. I love you.
And I love you, Helen, a lot too much to let you go through with anything like this.
What you figure you can do about it, huh? You can't even stand, not on that bad ankle you can't.
Oh, yes, I can.
Jimmy, boy, not you. Now, Doll.
No. I can't. I can't go through with it.
Oh, yes, you can.
Leave her alone. Leave her alone.
Oh, please, I can't.
Stop it, you hear me? Stop it.
Oh.
don't know. I don't know, Helen. I somehow grabbed the poker and made it across the floor and hit him with it. I don't know how I did it. Oh, I've got to sit down and get off this.
Oh, here. Oh, lean on me. All right, now. Easy.
Yeah, thanks. You better have a look at him, Helen. See if he's breathing. I may have killed him.
He's breathing. His head's bleeding. Where you hit him.
All right, get something to tie him up with. See if there's some rope around. And snap it up. He's coming to.
Oh, yes. It's a phone.
He said he cut the wires.
He couldn't have. It was a bluff. Hello? Sheriff? It's the sheriff in Big Indian. Who? Professor Moran. No. There is a man here. I'm afraid he's hurt. Me? My name's Helen Crane. My husband and I got caught in last night's blizzard, and we managed to get to this cabin. And we found... Well, there was blood all over the kitchen and an axe.
Helen, look out.
Jake, it's all right. All right.
The poker. Helen, the poker. Hit him again.
No, you've got it all wrong. All wrong.
Helen, hit him.
Give me that phone.
Hello, Ed. Yes, it's Jake. No, it's okay. Everything's okay. No, I'm not worried at all. I knew you'd check as soon as they got the service back on. What? Oh, man. Bobcat. Yeah, Bobcat. Surprised him in the kitchen. Killed him with a wood axe. Handiest thing. Yeah, I guess so. Prowling for food, sure. Oh, well, a nice young couple. No, I'm very much alive. I'll explain when I see you. The plow. When? Good. No, we're okay. Plenty of wood, plenty of food. Thanks, Ed. So long.
You... Professor Moran?
Yes.
Why? I don't get it. We thought you were the killer they're looking for.
Yes, I know.
Why didn't you tell us who you were? Why didn't you explain about the blood in the kitchen?
Well, more important, why did you act the way you did? You acted the part of the killer.
Yes. Why did I act the part? Well, you were guinea pigs, I'm afraid.
Guinea pigs?
Yes, I'm head of the Department of Psychology at City University. I sized you two up the minute I saw you. Your marriage was headed for the rocks, and like most couples, you didn't know it.
No, I guess we didn't.
Like any other young marrieds in this day and age, you'd lost contact with each other. We're going separate ways. Well, I set out to bring you back together, and as I said before, people in the same boat have to pull together. All I did was put you both in the same boat by making you face a common danger. A danger that never existed.
Well, I'm hanged.
You carried things pretty far, Professor Moran.
Too far, my dear, much too far. You'll find aspirin in the medicine cabinet. Bring me a couple, would you? On second thought, bring the bottle.
And so terror turns to surprise and relief. Pretty shrewd fellow, Professor Moran, wouldn't you say? I mean, realizing that Jim and Helen were headed for divorce, that took keen insight into human nature. But then, he was, after all, a trained psychologist. I'll be back in just a moment. Marriage is two people in the same boat. A cliche, of course. But the very core of every cliche is truth. All is not gold that glitters, A stitch in time saves 9, and so on. I couldn't help thinking that all humanity is in the same boat. And what an infinitely better and happier world it would be if we all learned to pull together. Our cast included Lois Smith, Larry Haynes, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
So that was a pretty good story. Little twist at the end there. I liked it. I don't know. What did you guys think? Were you sufficiently scared? Were you terrified? Hi, Frankie. I know I said hi to you in the chat, but hey, how you doing tonight? I'm so glad to have you here. I'm glad to have all of you guys here. It's always so nice to see everybody here and being a part of our lives in some kind of way, and spending even a minute worth of your time with me. I'm not only feel very blessed, but I'm very appreciative of the fact that you guys are here. And you could be anywhere and you could be doing anything, but you've chosen to be here even for this moment. And I'm very, very grateful. So I hope that you guys are enjoying the stories. We're going to do another one. Let's see if I can figure out a decent one for you. Let's do, I haven't done anything from X-1 yet. I think I'll do one from there. Let's see what transpires with this one, shall we?
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents X-1. Tonight's story, Hello Tomorrow. After the third atomic war, when the Earth was a mass of red radioactive dust, a handful of men and women went deep underground in the struggle for survival. A new civilization was built deep underground, a civilization which must keep a ceaseless vigil against the deadly gamma rays which filter down through the Earth. A civilization where the prime consideration is the genetic survival of the race. It is to this civilization in the year of our Lord 4195 that we take you now.
Professor Lois Burton?
Yes.
I have a call from the Director of Emotional Stability for the Third Oblong. Go ahead, sir. Hello, darling.
Hello, dear. How is the Director of Emotional Stability? My, how impressive that sounds.
Don't joke, dear. You never know who may be listening.
Sorry. How are you? You sound tired.
Well, we've had some bad cases. Mostly frantic mothers who insist on imparting their feelings to children. I suspect it's chromosomes affected by gamma ray leakage from the surface, but the head of the psychotechnic division says they're glandular cases. But that isn't why I called. I have good news.
What is it?
The genetic board has approved our application for marriage.
So soon?
Our chromosomes tested perfect. We can marry any time we want. As a geneticist, you should know that our offspring should be 90 percentile of perfection.
I know.
What's the matter? Well, happy about it?
Of course. Terribly happy.
I'm coming right over to the lab.
You'll have to give me some time.
What's the trouble?
No trouble. You know that genetic survey I've been working on?
What about it?
Well, I've finally gotten permission to study an actual living case, a specimen of imperfect genetic transmission.
Really?
They're bringing him, or it, up from the condemned cages on the lower level.
You will be careful.
There's nothing to be afraid of. The specimen is XJ12. It's been studied before many times and is quite well trained. Oh, there's my door signal. I'll have to hang up, darling. See you later. Yes?
Professor Burton?
Yes.
I'm from the Phylogenic Institute.
Oh, you brought my specimen?
May I come in?
By all means. Oh, how...
Horrible? It all depends on your viewpoint. I happen to have a twisted leg. My parents were genetically unsound.
But then you...
Yes, I am specimen XJ12.
I see.
I hope you aren't shocked.
No stable person permits feelings to enter into his work. I will admit to surprise. I was expecting something a little more abnormal.
Well, I try to be as abnormal as possible. It pays off. The Phylogenic Institute allows me out of the genetic cages ever so often so I can breathe the pure air of the upper levels and mingle with the genetically perfect.
You seem quite well educated.
I spent the first years of my life here in the upper levels.
How is that possible?
As a small child, my mother concealed me from the director of heredity. My mother actually, dreadful word, loved me.
That would explain your obviously low threshold of emotional control.
If you choose to call it that. You, seem to be struggling to repress a few feelings yourself.
We will confine ourselves to the impersonal aspects of our work.
As you please.
I shall require you as a demonstration for a lecture I'm delivering to one of my classes tomorrow.
At your service.
Sit here, please. Grip these electrodes tightly. I'm going to calibrate your electrochemical tension.
I'm quite familiar with the procedure. I realize that as an imperfect I am expendable, but I should hate to be electrocuted.
The charge is not lethal. Plus 15 surface tension.
You have beautiful hair.
Plus 12 at a depth of 4 centimeters. My hair meets minimal requirements for the genetic code.
Lovely blue eyes. Crystal clear.
Plus 10 at 7 centimeters.
Pretty. A perfect woman. Lovely expressive hands. And a heart of stone. Like all the rest of you perfect survival types.
Shut up.
Oh, could it be you do have feelings?
I seem to sense an air of emotional tension.
It's nothing, dear. This is the specimen.
You, specimen. Tell this dolt who I am, Lois.
This is the Director of Emotional Stability for the Third Oblong. You will address him as Mr. Director.
Mr. Director.
This creature seems quite impertinent.
He's only a specimen, darling.
Well, use him and ship him back to the cages. He's probably radioactive.
Attention, attention. The next demonstration will be conducted by Professor Lois Burton of the Institute of Genetics. Her topic, the probability of radioactive damage in the chromosome heredity of imperfect non-survival types. Professor Burton.
As you know, most imperfects are destroyed at birth. However, those who for one reason or another manage to survive are segregated in cages on the lower level for study purposes. The specimen we have today has been trained to tell in his own words about the factors in his upbringing. You will have to forgive his immature emotional control factor. He is, as you can see, quite different. Specimen XJ12. You will proceed, please.
Thank you. My mother was a psychotechnician in the Fifth Oblong. My father was an historian specializing in the records of pre-atomic surface culture. In the earthquake of 2170, apparently some hard radiation filtered down through the tunnels and penetrated the Fifth Oblong. The effect on my hereditary factors is quite apparent in this twisted leg. My father taught me in the last days before he was executed that every human personality is born with certain inalienable natural rights. The rights to have feelings, the right to mature, and above all, the right to be different from every other living organism. Because it cannot be otherwise, I submit to you, distinguished students, that the attempt by this society to abridge these rights is a violation of nature. I submit that the imperfects, the mutants, those who are different, have as much right to exist and be free as you. And I say break open the cages.
Stop him!
Give us back the right to be individuals.
Stop him!
Oh!
Perhaps that will teach you. Professor Burton, take this specimen back to your laboratory and confine him.
Hold still while I bandage your head.
Oh.
You'll be all right.
I suppose you detest me for getting you into trouble.
I don't detest you.
What?
I don't know why, but as you spoke, something began to stir in me.
Tell me what you feel. If I moved you, then I must have moved the others, some of them at least.
For some reason, I took pride in what you were doing, seeing you stand up against them. Why do you look at me like that?
I can't help it.
I wish you wouldn't. You're only an imperfect, you know. Please.
My name is Oren.
Please.
Say it. Oren.
Oren.
Again.
Oren.
Lois.
Oren.
Lois.
How touching.
Walter.
I've been listening for some time.
Walter, how could you?
In my capacity as Director of Emotional Stability, it is my duty.
What are you going to do?
Specimen XJ12 will be disposed of quite systematically by the state. For the good of the state, for the good of the genetic code, and in the name of emotional stability.
Walter, I have to talk to you.
Go right ahead.
Walter, you mustn't destroy him.
The specimen? Why not?
He's emotionally unstable. You have to expect irrational behavior.
Aren't you forgetting something, my dear? That you were responding in much the same manner? Or had you forgotten? You see, I'm having him liquidated for your sake. He has an upsetting effect on you.
Then send him back to the cages. But don't kill him.
You speak of destroying an inferior creature as if it was something unethical.
Walter, please, for my sake.
I understand that you have entered a plea for postponement of marriage at the Records Bureau.
Yes. I was too upset to go through with it.
It came as a great disappointment to me.
I'm sorry.
I was hoping that, linked to a stable personality such as mine, you might settle down. If you were married to me, I might even be persuaded to send him back to the cages instead of having him destroyed. Think it over.
If I refuse?
The choice is yours. Well, my dear?
Perhaps you're right.
I am.
I suppose I ought to be rational about this. After all, he's an imperfect.
I'm glad you've come to your senses.
When can we be married?
Tomorrow, if you like.
The sooner the better.
Let me talk to the custodian, please. Hello. This is the Director of Emotional Stability for the Third Oblong. I would like you to cancel the execution of specimen XJ12. Turn him over to be remanded permanently to the genetic cages. You'd better go. I'll pick you up in, say, an hour, and we'll make plans. All right?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Hello. This is the Director of Emotional Stability again. I want you to cancel that last order. Proceed with the execution, but under conditions of absolute secrecy. No, don't use the lethal chamber. Take him through the upper level to the tunnels. Yes. Yes, I'll issue a pass for the radiation checkpoint.
Into the elevator. Very well. Why are we going toward the surface? The cages are on the lower levels. Radiation check. I've never done that before. New procedure. Walk.
Halt. You can't go beyond this point. There is radioactivity in the tunnels.
I have a pass from the Director of Emotional Stability for the third oblong. Special mission.
I'll open the airlock.
March inside. Turn around. So this is how they get rid of the imperfects. Now, before you dispose of me... Yes?
Help! Security! Security!
What is it? What's happened?
The prisoner struck me. He escaped into the tunnels.
He won't last long.
Can you go after him?
I could send a robot, but it isn't worth the trouble. There's no way back from the tunnels except through here. The only other direction he can go is toward the surface. And the closer he gets, the hotter the radiation. Now, I think you can consider your prisoner officially dead.
More wine?
No, thank you, Walter.
You look very beautiful, my dear. Very beautiful.
Thank you.
The wedding will be a small affair. The director of endocrine control, the chief of the security guard.
Walter?
Yes?
Was he returned to the cages?
Oh, now, why must you spoil it?
Was he, Walter?
Well, as a matter of fact, there was a little difficulty.
Difficulty?
Yes, you see, XJ-12 escaped.
How? Where?
He struck a guard and ran off into the tunnels.
The tunnels? But that's sure death.
He's free to return any time he chooses. Now, don't become upset, darling.
You planned it, didn't you, Walter?
Stability, darling, stability.
Stability, stability. Here's what I think of stability.
Halt! State your business.
I'm Professor Burton of the Genetic Institute.
You can't go into the tunnels, Professor.
You'll have to let me by. I'm the fiancée of the Director of Emotional Stability.
Oh, I suppose you're after the one who escaped?
Yes.
He's quite dangerous, I understand.
I'm well armed.
Wouldn't it be better to send a robot?
I'm quite capable of handling him. He was my subject.
All right, miss. It's your risk. Checkpoint.
This is the Director of Emotional Stability.
Yes, sir.
If Professor Burton tries to pass the checkpoint, I want her taken into custody.
Professor Burton just passed her. She
You
said that...
idiot!
But, sir, she said that
I
she
don't
had...
care what you said. Stop her. Send robots after her. Get her back.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Robot control. Checkpoint to robot control. Order out all televocal robots into the tunnels. Have them bring back any humans. This is a first priority order.
Oren! 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 Oren, where are you? Oren.
Hello?
Oren! It's Lois.
This way. Behind the rock. Over here.
Oh, darling, darling.
Lois. Lois, why did you come here? It's suicide.
I had to. Oh, darling, are you all right?
So far.
You've got to turn back. Give yourself up.
They'll kill
You
me.
can't stay here. The radiation is +4 at this point. It gets worse as you approach the surface.
Lois, darling, go back.
What will you do?
I'm going ahead.
But you can.
I can. I'm going to the surface.
It's certain death. Not even the robots can survive it.
Well, at least I'll be the first human in 1,100 years to see what the surface of the Earth looks like.
Come back with me.
No, Lois.
Then I'm going with you.
Lois.
Don't try to stop me, darling. There's nothing to go back to now. Nothing but Walter and emotional stability.
You really want to come with me?
Yes.
You know what it means.
I don't care.
My mother used to believe there was a life after death. A place called heaven.
We'll believe it, too.
Oh, no, Lois, I can't let you go.
Oren, I love you. See, I know how to say it now.
Say it again.
Oren, I love you.
What is that?
It sounds like... Oren, it's a robot patrol. They're looking for us.
All right, come on. This way.
Oren, wait.
It can't be much farther, darling.
The robots. They're coming. I can see their lights now.
Listen, they've stopped.
The lights are swinging round. Oren, they see us.
Come on. Look, Lois, look ahead. You can see the lights reflecting from something.
It looks like a lead door.
Yes. Come on through. There must be some way to close it. Oh, yes, here.
Let me help.
Well, they won't get through that. It's solid lead.
Oren, I feel so strange. Where are we?
I don't know.
Look, up there. A huge round light.
Lois.
Yes, Oren.
Lois, that's Luna, the moon. We're on the surface.
How strange and red everything looks. How it glows.
It's the radioactivity.
Quiet and peaceful. And deadly.
Oh, hush, darling, hush. Sit here and rest a while.
Put your arm around me. Oren, I'm afraid. Oren, we're going to die.
Don't think about that. Just think about us. Alone. The first humans to stand on the surface of Earth in 1,100 years. That door must have been placed there by the last handful of survivors who went underground after the atomic wars.
And those other lights, the small ones, they must be stars. Oren, I'm so tired.
Go to sleep, darling. Put your head on my shoulder and sleep.
Hold me, Oren. Hold me very close. Oren.
Hmm?
Oren, wake up.
Hmm? What?
Look, it's light. The whole universe is light. Oh, Oren, how beautiful. Look.
This must be the heaven my mother talked about.
See the plants? All green and fresh. And the birds. How strange they look.
Lois, this isn't heaven.
But we must be dead, Oren. We should be dead. The radiation.
By all the laws of nature, yes.
By
yet...
all the laws of nature. Oren. Oren, we're not dead. This is Earth. And we're alive. We're not going to die.
But Lois, the radiation, it's present. You can see its effects.
Oren, did you ever hear of geotropism?
I'm not a geneticist.
There is a natural law of adaptation by which an organism will try to adjust itself to its environment by changing. It's called geotropism, don't you see?
No.
All these generations we've been bombarded by radiation filtering down through the Earth. Each successive generation must have inherited some degree of immunity.
But...
Oren, it can't hurt us. Don't you see? We're immune. We're probably the first generation to inherit sufficient immunity.
But, darling, if that's true, then we can transmit that immunity. We can pass it along to our children.
And they to their children. Come on. We'll have to find food and water.
The practical wife. Wait a minute.
What are you doing with that rock?
I want to scratch something on the outside of this lead door.
Lois and Oren.
4195.
AD.
Hello, tomorrow.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was an NBC Radio Network production.
Lois and Oren fell in love pretty quick there, didn't they? How you guys doing tonight? You guys holding up okay? I hope so. I hope that you guys are enjoying the shows here and the art. I'm trying to figure out what else I want to do with this. Jolene was suggesting maybe add some like kind of glistening effects to the creature, and I kind of like that idea. I'm gonna see if I can do something with that. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm still messing around trying to get a feel for what it wants to do. But hi, Belial, if you're still there. I saw that you came in, and I hope that your hunt went well by the time that everything was said and done. Much love to all of you guys. I hope that you're enjoying the radio broadcasts here. That was an interesting little story. I liked that one. I thought that one was pretty cool. Trying to think here. Maybe we can do one from the sealed book. I like the sealed book quite a bit. We'll see what this one has to do. Sealed book number 37. I'm not sure what the title of the story is, but I'm sure we'll find out together, right? Indeed.
The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept a great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds, strange and terrible beyond all belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opens. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. Ah, the strange story of a handsome and mysterious man who, wherever he went, caused fear and grief. A tale titled, My Beloved Must Die. Here is the tale, My Beloved Must Die, as it is written in the pages of the sealed book. Our story begins in a large, smartly furnished apartment. Beautiful Joan Sanders sits at a desk, a pen in her hand. Her face is white and tense as she begins to write.
Dear Mr. Rand, as you have long been a friend of the family, I'm writing this letter to you so that you may know why I'm going to do what I must. Believe me, there's no other way out. I know if you were here, you'd say murder's never justified, but I feel positive that in this case it is. I find it difficult to gather my thoughts so that I may write to you exactly what's happened. I suppose it all began that afternoon 2 months ago when Millie returned from her vacation.
Oh, Joan, I had a wonderful time. Everything was just perfect. And, Joan, I met a man.
Oh, no wonder everything was perfect.
Oh, Joan, just wait until you meet him. His name is Victor Duval.
Oh, tell me about him.
Well, to begin with, he's 32 years old, a little over 6 feet tall, very broad-shouldered, dark complected, and has the most beautiful black eyes I've ever seen. Oh, really, Joan, he's handsome enough to be a Hollywood star.
Millie, what about Frank? Have you forgotten you're engaged to him?
No, but, well, perhaps we aren't really suited for each other.
Grew up together. You know how Frank loves you.
Yes, I know, but Frank seems so young and immature.
Has Victor told you that he loves you?
No, but he will in time. I feel certain of it.
Well, promise me, Millie, that until that time you won't break off with Frank.
All right, Joan. I promise. Oh, my goodness. It's 5 o'clock already.
Have you got a date?
Yes, Victor's calling for me at 6. We're having dinner together and then going to the theater. Oh, Joan, I was never so happy in all my life.
Good evening. You must be Joan, Millie's sister.
Yes. And, of course, you're Victor. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Millie isn't quite finished dressing.
You'll forgive me for staring, but I didn't believe anyone could be as beautiful as Millie until you opened that door.
Oh, you're very kind.
Oh, here are some flowers I brought for you.
For me?
Yes. Frankly, I want Millie's sister to like me.
Hello, Victor.
Oh, Millie. Millie, you're a vision of loveliness in that white gown. Here. This should go well with it.
Oh, Victor. What a beautiful blue orchid. Thank you so much.
Just matches the shade of your eyes.
This is going to be a perfect evening. I just know it is. Isn't it, Victor?
Millie hadn't exaggerated in her description of Victor. There was something about him that set him apart from other men. It was more than his looks, his voice. Perhaps it was his extraordinary eyes. They were very large, deep, black eyes. And when he looked at you, they seemed to exert a hidden power, an almost hypnotic power. Whatever it was that set Victor apart from other men, you sensed it the moment you saw him. Later that evening, the doorbell rang. I opened the door to find Frank there. Hello, Frank.
Can I see Millie a moment, Joan?
Well, she isn't here. She's gone out for the evening.
Gone out? With Duval?
Why, yes.
So that's why she refused to see me tonight. Might have known it. What do you think of Duval?
Well, I only saw him for a few minutes. He seems very nice.
You women are all alike. You're all taken in by his good looks and his fine manners. But I tell you, he's not to be trusted. There's something strange about him.
Strange about him? Well, what do you mean?
It's hard to put into words. Wherever Duval goes, trouble seems to follow. Duval apparently has nothing to do with it. Somehow, I always have a feeling he's behind it.
Oh, Frank, aren't you letting your imagination run away with you?
All right, I may be wrong. But I want you to promise me one thing. That you'll, well, keep a close watch on Millie. I don't want to see anything happen to her that she'll regret.
In the weeks that followed, Millie saw Victor constantly. Night after night, they went to shows, nightclubs, parties. Millie was rarely home before dawn. Almost overnight, she had changed from a sweet, unspoiled girl of 21 to a woman I no longer knew. Life to her had become Victor, and the excitement and gaiety he represented. Oh, hello, Frank. Come in, won't you?
Thanks, Joan. Suppose Millie's out with DeVal as usual?
Yes, she is. And Frank, I'm worried. So terribly worried about her.
Oh. So at last you're beginning to realize that DeVal isn't just another man. There might be something to what I told you.
Yes.
Well, you have good reason to worry about DeVal.
What do you mean?
I don't know who DeVal is or where he came from. But in the short time we've known him, he's ruined several people we know and has broken up more than one home.
Frank, what are you saying?
You didn't know that our friend DeVal is a gambler of the wildest type, did you?
No.
A few nights ago, he won $40,000 from Dan Richards. That ruined Richards and broke up his home.
Oh, poor Dan. And his wife, Helen.
Yes, and speaking of wives, did you know that Doris Anderson has filed suit for divorce?
Doris Anderson?
Yes. It seems that one night DeVal was dancing with Doris, and he said to her, "What a pity you're married." Now Doris is in Reno.
Oh, Frank, it just doesn't seem possible that anyone could want to do such things.
Joan knows there are only a few things that DeVal has caused. Everywhere he goes, he seems to create attention, bring about trouble, delights in it. I tell you, there's something unnatural about him.
Frank, what can we do?
I was hoping that if we just let Millie alone, she'd get over this infatuation for DeVal, but she hasn't. I'm going to wait here until she returns. Then we're going to have it out, once and for all.
And now to continue the story, My Beloved Must Die, as it is written in the sealed book. The hours slipped by as Frank and Joan awaited the homecoming of Millie and her escort, Victor DeVal. A little after 3 a.m., the door to the apartment was quietly opened, and Millie slipped in, followed by Victor.
Good evening, Joan.
Why, Joan, I didn't expect to find... Frank, what are you doing here at 3 o'clock in the morning?
It's time you and I had a little talk, Millie.
Frank, you're not going to lecture me, are you?
Millie, you must listen to me. Can't you see what DeVal's doing to you? He's making you cold and cynical like himself. There's something evil about him. His eagerness to create trouble, to see people unhappy. One time you would have despised him. Now you've changed. You've become like him.
Oh, really, Frank, you're going too far.
Millie, you know I love you. I'm only saying this for your own good.
I'm tired of your constantly interfering in my life. I think our engagement's a mistake.
Millie, what are you saying?
Millie, you don't mean that. No, I love you and that I can't live without you.
I'm afraid you'll have to, Frank. Here. Here's your ring. We're through.
All right, Millie.
And now,
Uh-oh, the story ended halfway there. Wonder if it's in two parts. Let me see here.
I know when I'm late.
Yeah, there we go.
But I warn you, Val will bring you nothing but heartbreak if you don't give him up. Someday he'll stand smiling at you, just the way he's smiling at me now. And then you'll see him for what he really is.
Morning, Joan. Anything in the morning paper? Joan, what's wrong? You're so pale.
Millie, Frank was killed early this morning while driving home.
Killed?
Yes. The paper says he ran off the road while traveling at a fast speed and hit a telephone pole.
Oh, it's dreadful. He's so young. Joan, why are you looking at me like that? You think it was my fault that he was speeding and ran off the road, don't you? Go ahead, say it.
Your fault? I don't know. Somehow I keep thinking it was Victor's fault. We were all so happy, contented until he ended our lives.
You haven't any right to talk about Victor like that. You know I love him.
Oh, he's cast a spell over you as he has over so many others. And in the end, it can only lead to disaster for you as it has for Frank. Victor's evil, I know that now.
Stop saying that, do you hear? Stop saying that. He isn't evil, and I'll never give him up.
During the weeks that followed Frank's death, I scarcely saw Millie. I sensed that she was avoiding me, afraid of the accusation she imagined she saw in my eyes. I knew that she was still seeing Victor every night. I began to hear stories from a dozen sources about the two of them and the life that Millie was leading. As time went by, Victor became involved in one scandal after another, and Millie with him. One night I went to his home determined to have it out with him. Victor, you and I must have a talk.
But of course, Joan. What is it you wish to say to me?
Victor, you mustn't see Millie anymore.
Oh? May I ask why?
You know very well why. Since you've entered Millie's life, there's been nothing but trouble. Before Millie met you, she was unspoiled and contented, ready to marry a nice boy, but you changed all that.
Perhaps, my dear, it's a change for the better.
You know that isn't true. If Millie weren't in love with you, she'd never be leading the life she is. You've taken her and tried to change her into someone like yourself. Someone who's evil and corrupt.
You know, you're very beautiful when you're angry.
You're amused by all this, aren't you? You enjoy knowing I'm worried. Well, all right, but just remember, you'd better not see Millie again.
Joan, you wouldn't by any chance be forbidding me to see Millie because you happen to be in love with me yourself?
Me? In love with you?
Yes. Does that sound so incredible?
What?
Many women are in love with me.
You're the last man in the world I'd fall in love with. You're nothing but an egomaniac with an overwhelming desire to possess and to destroy.
And yet, from the moment we met, you have been in love with me, haven't you? Oh, you fought against it, told yourself I'm a scoundrel, which I admit I am, and you've tried to forget me. But you can't.
That isn't true. I've never loved you, and I never will.
You have, and you still do. You dreamed of my taking you in my arms like this. You've hated yourself for it.
Victor, let go of me.
You do love me, don't you?
No, I don't love you. Do you hear? I don't. Oh, Victor.
Now tell me you don't love me.
Oh, darling. Even now, a month after that night that Victor took me into his arms, I'm confused. How can a person hate Victor as I do and yet love him at the same time? I know he's evil, that he's ruined the lives of many people. Millie's, Frank's, perhaps my own. Yet in spite of that, when I'm with him, it doesn't seem to matter. When he called at the apartment a few nights later, I was happy to see him. Victor.
Good evening, John. May I come in?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Millie isn't home yet.
I haven't come to see Millie, but her sister.
Oh, what did you want to see me about, Victor?
About us?
Oh, Victor, you must forget what happened that night. Perhaps I do love you. I don't know, but in any case, it isn't fair to Millie. Oh, please, Victor, if you care for either of us, you'll go away. Leave us alone.
In your heart, you know you don't want me to go. You want me close to you, as I am now.
No. No, Victor. No. Darling, you shouldn't.
Forgive me.
Millie.
I should have made more noise when I opened the door.
Oh, hello, Millie.
I hope you're not angry with me, Victor, for having turned up at such an inopportune moment.
Please, Millie, you must let me explain.
There's nothing to explain, Joan. It isn't your fault, it's Victor's. This isn't the first time I've caught him making love to other women, but to make love to my own sister behind
Come now, Millie. You aren't being fair to me. You know I shouldn't hesitate to make love to Joan in front of you, would I?
No, you wouldn't. Nothing matters to you, nothing. You're no good and you never will be.
But, my dear Millie, I've always told you that I'm a rogue and a scoundrel. It isn't my fault if you took me seriously.
I was a fool, an utter fool to fall in love with you.
Yes, I'm afraid you were. I only hope that you're not going to be difficult like the others were.
No, Victor. You needn't worry about that. I won't come crawling to you like the others did. I've got too much pride for that.
Millie! Oh, Victor. Victor, let go of me. I must go to her.
No. Stay here. She'll get over it.
Oh, how could you speak to her like that? Haven't you any heart?
No, my dear. None at all, I'm afraid.
Oh, I hate you. Do you hear me? I hate you.
You only think you do, darling. But you don't.
Oh, let go of me. I'm going to her.
All right, Joan. Though I don't think it'll be much use.
Millie. Oh, Millie. Oh, darling, what's wrong? That bottle. Millie, what have you done? Victor, come quickly.
Yes, Joan? What is it?
Millie's taken poison.
Taken poison? You don't say.
Oh, don't just stand there. We've got to do something.
Joan, it burns so.
Oh, you're going to be all right, darling. Victor, get a doctor.
I'm afraid it's too late, Joan. I've seen this happen before.
You and Frank were right, Joan. He is evil. I came to realize it too late. Oh.
Millie!
I'm afraid you're wasting your time. She's dead.
And now to continue the story, My Beloved Must Die, as it is written in the sealed book. Joan Sanders, her face white and tense, sits at her desk, writing to a family friend, explaining why she is going to do what she must.
It's been a month now since Millie died. A month in which I've suffered all the torments that she must have undergone when Frank died. At times I fear for my sanity. I know I should forget the past and live for the future, but I can't. For the evil of the past is with me in the present. This afternoon, Victor phoned me. It was the first I'd heard from him since that night Millie died. When I heard his voice, I'm ashamed to say I was thrilled. Thrilled to hear the voice of the man who's responsible for Frank's death and Millie's. In spite of everything, I know I still love him. There's only one way out. Victor Duval must not be allowed to go on ruining lives. I expect him here any minute now. So I must close this letter. What I'm going to do must be done. Victor.
Hello, Joan.
Victor. Come in, won't you?
Thank you. You're not looking very well, Joan. Have you been ill?
Yes. Ever since Millie's death.
You shouldn't think about it, Joan. It's in the past.
You don't feel the slightest twinge of remorse, do you?
Not the slightest, darling. Now, what about changing into an evening gown so that we can do the town?
Oh, you're heartless. Inhuman. There's no other way out.
My dear, whatever are you talking about?
This, Victor.
A gun.
Yes, Victor.
Don't be foolish, my darling. Put the gun away and get dressed, eh?
I could hardly miss you at this distance.
Well, what are you waiting for? Why don't you shoot?
Even knowing you're going to die doesn't frighten you, does it?
No, my darling, no. You see, nothing in this world frightens me. Not even death.
Oh, you are inhuman. That horrible smile on your face. Scoffing at me, at everyone. You live only to hurt and to destroy, don't you?
Yes, I despise you all. Every human being. Your righteousness, your smugness, your futile attempts to achieve happiness. There's nothing I delight in more than to send you down into defeat. To watch you suffer, kill each other, commit suicide.
Oh, you fiend.
Yes.
Well, you've done your last evil deed. Why don't you fall? I've shot you.
Evidently, you missed.
Well, I won't miss this time. Why don't you fall?
Your gun seems to be empty.
Oh, I couldn't have missed you. I couldn't have.
No, you didn't miss me.
Then why aren't you dead?
No one can kill me. No one. Joan, don't you know who I am?
Who are you?
Look into my eyes. Look deeply. Now, do you know with whom you have fallen in love?
You're the devil.
Yes, darling. The devil himself.
Oh, no. No, I won't be in love with you. I won't be.
Oh, but you will, darling. You will. Even though you know who I am. You'll be in love with me forever. Forever.
And so ends the tale, My Beloved Must Die, as it is written in the sealed book. A few days after Joan Sanders had unsuccessfully attempted to kill Victor Duval, she suffered a nervous breakdown. When the doctors questioned her, she kept repeating over and over that she'd fallen in love with the devil. And now, keeper of the book, before you close the great book, show us the tale we tell next time. This one, yes, the tale of a scientist who ventured into the unknown and whose experiment brought disaster into his laboratory. A tale titled, Beware of Tomorrow. Be sure to be with us again next time, when the sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting tale from The Sealed Book. The Sealed Book, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor.
Dun dun dun! I love how hard the organ players do when it comes to these kind of stories, these old stories. It's pretty funny. They literally have the dun 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 going on. So I see that somebody over on YouTube subscribed. Thank you so much for the subscription over there, Nutcrack. I appreciate it, and I hope that you were enjoying the stories and enjoying the art as well. Just kind of starting on this new painting here. I finished up with the other one. I got a little bit satisfied with it. I might go back and retouch things later on, but I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening with it. Usually though, once I feel like it's complete, I don't mess with it anymore. So we'll just go from there, I guess. But got in the mood for another one. We'll give this one a shot and see what happens. We've got the Weird Circle coming up next. We'll see how it turns out. Some of the audio qualities of these are not the best, of course. I mean, you got to deal with these old radio shows the way that they stand, right? But if it is bad quality, we'll skip it. We'll go to a different story. So we'll just try one at random here and see what happens. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Much love to all of you, and yeah, here we go.
Can the dead return to life? Listen to the Weird Circle. The Weird Circle. In this cave by the restless sea, we are met to call from out the past stories strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so all may know we are gathered again in the Weird Circle.
This is Weird Circle time at the Ogden's Playhouse. Tonight we are to hear a radio adaptation of the Frederick Marriott story, The Werewolf. There's an eerie and unusual atmosphere to this story which makes it a good choice for this Weird Circle series. It's a story that recommends itself for good listening. In its own field, Ogden's Fine Cut Tobacco is the recommended choice for good smoking when rolling your own cigarettes. There's no substitute for quality. That's why Ogden's wins consistent top preference. Ogden's is the choice of smokers who demand the best. Try a package. You'll find Ogden's easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Yes, easy to roll, delightful to smoke. And now our story, The Werewolf, by Frederick Marriott.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, the werewolf.
Don't be frightened. It's only our neighbor's dog baying at the moon. Go to sleep. You are safe here with my husband and me.
Where are you, good wife?
Here. Shh. The boy's trying to sleep. What news of his father?
Peace to his soul. He was raving mad by the time I got him to the hospital. It was brain fever. How's the boy?
Poor little lad. He says they walked all the way from the Harz Mountains. And he's only 11. He was starved. Ate his supper as if he'd never seen food.
There's tragedy back of all this, good wife. When the boy stopped me on the road and asked for help, there was terror in his eyes.
The wolf! Help me! Oh, help me!
Oh, quiet, boy, quiet. Nothing to fear. You're safe here by the sea. There are no wolves here. Just lie quietly, boy. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir.
By what name are you called?
Herman. Herman Kranz.
Well, Herman, I'm afraid I have sad news for you.
My father is dead?
Yes.
That is not sad news. I thank heaven.
What?
Why? Because my father is free of the evil one and his curse. Now there's only me. But I must go. I must hurry. I must get far away from the forests and the mountains.
Oh, lie back, child. Wait a bit. There are no mountains or forests here. Only the calm sea.
What do you fear, Herman? Let me sit beside you. Don't be afraid. You kissed me. Is that so strange? What? It is very strange. You're kind and good, and yet you are a woman. Poor motherless little one.
It might help you lose some of your fears, boy, if you told us something about yourself. You were born in the Harz Mountains?
No, mynheer. We lived in Hungary on the estate of a great noble. My father was steward. And what about your mother? She ran away from us when we were very small. My brother Caesar said it was because of her that my father killed his noble lord.
Oh, I see. Now go on with your tale.
Father took all the money we owned and put us in the sleigh. We drove fast and far until we were out of Hungary. Then he bought a cottage among the tall firs deep in the Harz Mountains. And there we grew up.
Your brother and you.
And our little sister, Marcella. We loved her very much. Weren't you very lonely? The winters were long and dark. Father went hunting every day, but shut us indoors for safety from the wolves. He also forbade us to light the fire, so we used to creep under heaps of bear skins to keep warm. We'd talk of that happy time when the snow would melt, the leaves burst out, the birds sing again, and we could go outdoors and play in our garden.
A sad life for children.
No, not sad. We were happy with each other, we three. Until... Yes, Herman, until... the howl of wolf. Father had come from his hunting and had kindled a fire, and we were sitting around it when suddenly a wolf howled close under the window. My father seized his gun, looked to the priming, and ran out, shutting the door behind him. We waited hours, and it was nearly midnight when my brother Caesar went to the door.
I've heard no report of a gun.
Father must have chased the wolf a long way.
Or else...
Oh, no. Father's all right, Marcella.
I will look out and see if he's coming.
Take care, Caesar. The wolves may be close and we cannot kill them.
I'll be careful. I see nothing but moonlight and snow.
Come in, Caesar. Father will come when he can.
I'm hungry.
We've had no supper, but we'll be punished if we do not wait.
Father will be glad to have food ready. Let's cook it for him and for ourselves.
Very well, I'll get down some venison. But Marcella, can you dress it?
Surely. Haven't I often helped Father? Get the iron pot, Herman.
There. I've cut off lots of slices. Now, put the fat in the pot.
Oh, be careful of the fire, little sister.
Look out the window, Herman. Someone's coming.
It's Father. And there's a man with him leading a horse.
Yes, and there's a lady in the saddle. See how the moon shines on her white face and that lovely flaxen hair.
I'm frightened.
Why, sister darling? She's beautiful.
Hola! Hola! Caesar, open the door. We have guests.
Enter, good sir. I have little to offer, but you and your daughter are welcome.
Friend Hunter, it was good fortune for us that you were out so late. We had ridden far in fear of our lives.
And we would have died of cold and hunger in those mountains had you not heard our horn and saved us.
Come, mistress. Seat yourself by the fire.
The warmth is pleasant.
And the smell of food is pleasanter still. You have young cooks here, Mynheer.
Yes, these are my children. Caesar, Herman, and Marcella.
Welcome, sir.
We have supper already, Father.
Before I eat, I must put up my horse.
Oh, I will take care of him.
Let me go with you.
You needn't trouble. But if you like, come along. I have a shed outside.
What fine boys you are. Come close to me. Good, strong arm. Sturdy shoulder. Why do you tremble, lad?
You're so white and shining.
There's no reason to fear me.
You're a stranger.
I'm not strange. We should be friends, But where's the little girl?
She's afraid. I think she has hidden herself in bed.
Gone to bed without any supper? She must have been a bad little girl.
She is not bad, lady.
No, she's good.
You say you were lured away by a large white wolf which howled at this very window?
Yes, I saw it about 30 yards off. The animal retreated slowly, and I followed. I didn't like to fire until I was sure that my shot would take effect.
A white wolf? Of course you were anxious to shoot such a very rare animal.
The wolf would leave me far behind, then stop and snarl defiance at me, then start off at speed again as I neared it. It led me further and further up the mountain to an open space in the forest. There it stopped and growled. I raised my gun to shoot when suddenly the wolf disappeared.
Disappeared? How strange.
I thought the moonlight on the snow was playing me some trick. But no, she was gone. That's when I heard your horn.
The creature passed us just as we came out of the woods into that glade.
I nearly shot it myself. But since she led you to our rescue, I'm glad I let the wolf escape.
Father, that open glade is the home of the evil ones.
Evil ones? What does the boy mean?
Oh, superstition has it that strange and wicked beings haunt these mountains.
Oh, I must hear more of these legends. Evil spirits interest me.
I confess I was glad to see that you were mortals.
Oh, yes. My daughter Christine and I are just creatures of flesh and blood.
Yes, I assure you, I'm only a woman with very human appetites. And right now, I have a great desire for sleep.
My father made room for all of us, and we crept into our beds. But we couldn't sleep. Father and the strange hunter sat up all night before the fire, drinking and talking. Our ears were ready to catch the slightest whisper.
You say you come from Hungary?
Even so, Mynheer. I served a noble house, but my master was cruel. It ended in my giving him a few inches of my hunting knife. So we fled for our lives.
Well, we are countrymen then, and brothers in misfortune. I, too, have fled for my life.
Your name, man?
Krantz.
What? Krantz? I have heard your story. I am your kinsman, Wilfred of Bonsdorf.
Well, a toast then to welcome you, cousin. You and your daughter must stay here as long as you choose.
So the huntsman and his daughter Christine stayed on in the cottage. The two men hunted each day, and Christine stayed with us and did the household duties. Father was becoming very attentive to Christine. They would often sit up at night talking in low tones before the fire. Then, several weeks later, we learned that Father had asked Christine in marriage.
You may take my child, Krantz, and my blessing with her.
I will duly value her. But there is no priest in this wild country.
Well, there must be some ceremony between you to satisfy your father. Will you? Will you both consent that I marry you after my own fashion?
I will.
I will.
Then take her by the hand and swear.
I swear.
By all the spirits of the Hartz Mountain.
Nay, why not by heaven?
Because it is not my humor. Surely you will not thwart me.
Yes, but why swear by that in which I do not believe?
Father, no, please don't marry her.
Be still, Marcella.
This is scarcely any affair of yours, child.
Well, will you be married, or shall I take my daughter away with me?
Proceed.
Here is the oath, writ out on this parchment. Read it. And swear.
By all the spirits of the Hartz Mountains, I take Christine for my wedded wife. I will ever cherish and love her. My hand shall never be raised to harm her. And if I fail in this my vow, may all the vengeance of the spirits fall upon me and upon my children. May they perish by the vulture or by the beasts of the forest. Why, this is horrible. I can't.
Swear.
All this I swear.
Strange behavior from your children, my husband, on our wedding night.
Stop crying, Marcella. I'm sorry, Christine.
Never mind, my dear husband. I'm not angry. But from now on, the children are my concern. They shall obey me. And I shall love the little darlings.
Friends, the legend of the werewolf is one that has lived a long time in the pages of classical folklore. Many of you are familiar with the legend, and no doubt many of you have a preconceived idea of what comprises the climax to tonight's Weird Circle story. Roll-your-own cigarette smokers everywhere know that there isn't any legend to the story of smoking satisfaction when your choice of tobacco is Ogden's Fine Cut, and you know what to expect every time you light a cigarette rolled with Ogden's. You're certain there can be only one result: complete smoking enjoyment. There's a smooth goodness to Ogden's, a distinctive taste and uniform quality that makes Ogden's, O-G-D-E-N''S, Ogden's Fine Cut Tobacco, the leading choice of people everywhere, discerning roll-your-own cigarette smokers who insist on the very best. Try Ogden's and you're sure of top-flight smoking satisfaction. You'll agree that Ogden's is easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Yes, easy to roll, delightful to smoke. And now back to our story. Krantz, a fugitive from Hungarian cruelty, had fled with his small children, Caesar, Herman, and Marcella, to a rude hut deep in the Hartz Mountains. One winter night, while pursuing a white wolf, Krantz is hailed by a stranger and his beautiful daughter, Christine, who were lost in the mountains. He invites them to his humble home, and being glad for the good company he thinks there will be, he begs them to stay on as his guests for as long as they choose. In the days that follow, Krantz falls in love with the beautiful Christine, and though his little daughter cries out in fearful premonition of things to come, he marries her in a strange pagan ceremony.
The next morning, Wilfred the hunter mounted his horse and rode away. Things went on much as before the marriage, except that Christine showed us no kindness now. She often struck us and took special pleasure in ill-treating Marcella. One night, my little sister shook us as we slept.
Wake up, brother. Wake up, Herman.
What's the matter, Marcella?
She's gone out.
Gone out?
Yes, in her night clothes. I saw her get out of bed, Then she looked at Father to make sure he still was asleep. Then she went out the door.
A wolf. She'll be torn to pieces.
Oh, no. Much as I hate her, that would be too horrible.
Well, what can have made her go out all undressed in the deep snow?
She's strange.
She's dreadful. Her eyes flash fire when they look at me. Her teeth are like an animal's.
She certainly eats queerly. Have you noticed she doesn't like to sit at the table? While getting supper, I've seen her tear at a piece of meat that wasn't even cooked.
There she is in the firelight.
She's in her white nightdress.
Washing her face and hands in the water pail. Father hasn't even waked up.
She's going back to bed.
We might as well go to sleep now, but we'll watch again tomorrow night.
The next night and every night, our stepmother rose from bed and left the cottage. And every night the wolf howled under our windows. And always on her return, Christine washed herself, then crept back to bed, and always my father slept soundly. Well, the time came when my brother could stand it no longer.
Caesar, why have you come to bed all fully dressed?
I'm going to find out about these midnight walks.
You'll tell Father?
Not until I know where she goes and what she does.
Caesar, you don't mean that you're...
Yes, tonight I'm going to follow her.
No, Caesar, please don't. Please don't. I'm afraid.
I know you're brave, but I wish you wouldn't go, brother.
I'm going now. There's no use talking.
She's getting up now.
Quiet, you two. There she goes to the door.
Be careful, Caesar. Be careful.
She took Father's gun. Oh, I'm so frightened.
So am I. I'm shaking all over.
I wonder how long we'll have to wait. A shot. Father was sure he'd wait now and find out about her.
No. Listen. He's still asleep.
Someone's coming. Oh, I hope.
It's not Caesar. It's Christine. Shh. Look at her. Marcella, her dress is all covered with blood. Now, what's she doing?
Huh? Who's there?
Lie still, dearest. It's only me.
Oh.
I'm just relighting the fire to warm some water.
Hurry back, Christine mine. You should be asleep at this time of night.
We watched our stepmother change her linen and burn the garments. Her leg was bleeding. She bandaged it and sat before the fire. But where was Caesar? And how did Christine get the wound unless from his gun? Oh, trembling in our bed, we waited. Waited till dawn. Father awoke. Father?
Well, what is it, Herman?
Father, where's my brother Caesar?
What do you mean, son?
Oh, he went out in the night. Marcella and I waited for him. He's not come back.
Merciful heaven. I was restless last night and thought I heard someone lift the latch. Dear me, husband, what has become of your gun?
My gun? What? Great heaven, it's gone.
Caesar took it.
Herman, get me the broadaxe. I'm going to find Caesar.
Oh, why did Caesar go out? What has happened to her?
She's ill. Your whimpering will not help. Here comes your father now.
Father. Oh, Father's carrying
Caesar. Torn to pieces. Oh.
Clear the table. There. The body of my oldest son.
Quiet, children. Herman, close the door. Husband, your boy must have taken the gun to shoot a wolf. The animal must have been too powerful for him. Poor boy.
At that terrible moment, I wanted to tell Father all we knew, but Marcella held my arm and looked so imploringly at me that I kept silent. She and I were sure that Christine had some connection with our brother's death. Father dug a grave and piled stones on it, and for days he just sat and stared at the fire, mourning for Caesar. Our stepmother's wanderings continued. One day, Father again took down his gun to go hunting, but soon returned.
Would you believe it, Christine? The wolves, perdition to the whole breed, have dug up the body of my poor boy, and there's nothing left of him but bones.
Indeed. Then you must build a new grave. Father, a wolf howls under our window every night.
Well, why didn't you tell me? Wake me the next time you hear it. I'll get that wolf.
Have you not yet learned that it is safest to leave wolves alone?
Why, Christine, your eyes are wild, and you're almost snarling at me.
But I'm so afraid for you, dear husband.
We never heard the wolf howl under our window again. Oh, and when at last spring came, and I helped my father with our small farm, Marcella was always with us, for we couldn't bear to have her out of our sight. Our stepmother stopped going out on her nightly rambles. One day, she came out to us and said she was going to collect some herbs Father wanted, and that Marcella must go to the cottage to watch the dinner. Well, Marcella obeyed, and we saw my stepmother disappear into the forest in the opposite direction, so felt no danger for my little sister. But about an hour later...
Marcella!
She's by herself!
Run, Herman, run! Great heaven. Look, the white wolf.
Flanking out of our cottage. Kill her, Father!
I have no gun. We're too late. It's gone. Oh, my little Marcella.
The wolf has hurt her terribly. She's bleeding, Father.
She's dying. Marcella, my darling. Speak to me.
The white wolf.
What's wrong? Oh, how horrible. Poor child. Oh, it must have been that great white wolf which passed me just now and frightened me so.
She's quite dead.
Oh, my poor husband. How horrible. How horrible.
We dug a grave for my darling little sister and did everything we could to protect it against wolves. Oh, I was alone now. So awfully alone. But no longer afraid of my stepmother. My heart was full of hate and revenge. That very night, I saw Christine get up and go out of the cottage. I dressed quickly and half opened the door. The moon was very bright, and I could see Marcella's grave. But I saw something else. Something so horrible that I turned cold in my heart and ran to wake my father. Father, get up and dress. Hurry.
What? The wolves again? I'll be right there. Get my gun.
I have it, Father. Come.
Herman, stop. Who is that crouching on Marcella's grave? Christine.
Yes, in her white nightdress. She's digging with her hands.
She's throwing the stones behind her.
Her face is as cruel as a wild beast.
Oh, she's destroying Marcella's grave.
Your gun, Father, shoot.
Yes, my son, yes. Pray that my hand holds steady. Heaven forgive me. I have killed my beautiful Christine.
No, look, Father. The body on Marcella's grave. The body you've killed is not my stepmother. It's not Christine.
No, it's the white wolf. The white wolf which lured me into the forest. The white wolf that killed my children. Oh, I see it all now. My oath. My oath to the spirits of the Heart's Mountain.
Spirits of the Heart's Mountain, I take Christine for my wedded wife. I will ever cherish and love her. My hand shall never be raised to harm her. And if I fail in this my vow, may all the vengeance of the spirits fall upon me and upon my children. May they perish by the vulture or by the beasts of the forest. Poor fool mortal who had a werewolf. Your beautiful Christine, a werewolf. A werewolf.
Stop, demon, stop! I shall go mad. Come, my son, my little Herman. You at least may escape this awful curse. We must flee for our lives, away from these evil forests, to the sea. There you'll be safe, my son. There you will be safe.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the werewolf. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
There will be another Weird Circle presentation at the Ogden's Playhouse next week at this same time. This is your invitation to join our story circle for a half hour of unusual radio entertainment. Meanwhile, remember the name Ogden's when in need of a cigarette tobacco. It's a name you won't forget after trying a cigarette rolled with this choice tobacco. Men who know a quality smoke prefer Ogden's. You, too, will prefer Ogden's after tasting its unequaled goodness. You'll find Ogden's easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Yes, easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Next week at this time, another Weird Circle story, The Old Nurse's Tale, by Elizabeth Gaskell. Be sure to listen.
Don't forget the Ogden smokes. That was a good story. That was interesting. A little twisty there at the end. Pretty cool. Yeah, here's your sig for your sig for your sig. Yeah, exactly. You gotta love the old ways that they would do advertising like that. You know, there's an episode of The Twilight Zone, for instance, where if you're watching it, you can see like the way that they integrated like the advertising, especially for cigarettes and stuff, but the way that they integrated like the advertising into the stories and into the shows. This one particular episode of Twilight Zone, for instance, has like when they come back from commercial break, you see like a table, and on the table is a pack of cigarettes with an ashtray and a lit cigarette, and then like a couple of people go over, pick up the pack of cigarettes and light it, and then like they go on with the story. So it's like integrated into things so like insidiously almost that you can't resist or you can't miss the fact that, oh, this pack of Marlboros was just advertised there or whatever it was. I don't remember for sure. Alamo. I have no idea. But anyways, so it's really interesting how they integrated things in, and they did the same kind of thing. You know, if you listen to the way that they like transition from the show to the advertising with a lot of these old radio shows, not just with cigarettes, but with like whatever advertiser happened to be paying for this show at that point in time. It's pretty wild. Like it's actually like there's a bit of a talent that's to it, you know, that you have to have at least a little bit of respect for to understand how like they're psychologically tying the things together. You know, people are paying attention, they're wrapped into the story, and then suddenly they're like, oh, and you know, this legend of the werewolf is horrifying and terrible. And by the way, the legend of our cigarettes is really amazing too. You might want to pay attention, you know. So it's like it's pretty cool, you know, at the same time as being like very insidious as to how they were able to get the advertising like mixed together, you know. It's pretty cool. Right. Yeah. Like modern social media kind of does the same sort of techniques, but if you look into these older stories, like they're very educational in this kind of a way, because, you know, if you look into the way that these old stories did it, you could actually make use of some of the techniques that they used then to get into that subtle mind shift, you know, to mess with people's psychology a little bit and get them to do whatever it is that you're trying to do. It's pretty weird, pretty wild. But anyways, we'll go into another story here. I have not done one from 0 Hour yet, and I think I'm going to do one. 0 Hour, for those that are not familiar, this one was in the late 40s, early 50s, if I remember correctly. And it's actually hosted, and a lot of the stories are written by Rod Serling, who then later on went on to write The Twilight Zone and host The Twilight Zone. So this was kind of like one of the lead ups of The Twilight Zone, and a lot of the ways that they did the stories in 0 Hour, they then did also in The Twilight Zone. So it's like they kind of went from one into the next, and it's pretty cool. So hopefully the quality of these are pretty good. I haven't listened to all of them. The ones that I did take a listen to, they were pretty good. So we'll do one here and just run with it, and we'll see what ends up happening. By the way, I did start on this new painting. I'm kind of digging it so far. I don't know. It's being a little difficult on me, but I'm giving it my best go. We're going to see what happens as it goes on. Hopefully you guys are liking it too, though. So anyways, love you guys. Hope you're having fun.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the 0 Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's suspenseful drama, The Hidden Drama. The past is always present. Starring Peter Lucas. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of the 0 Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. Also by State Farm Insurance, International Harvester, and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is the 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
This is Hugh Downs with another car buyer's report from Ford. Car size and fuel economy are important considerations today, but so is the total cost of ownership, which involves purchase price, trade-in value, and operating economy. And Ford feels if you compare mid-size cars, you'll choose Ford Torino. Take some operating economy examples. Torino offers gas-saving steel-belted radial ply tires standard, runs on regular gas, and has a 26.5-gallon fuel tank. That's 20% more capacity than its closest sales competitor. And compare some scheduled maintenance costs. You'll find in the course of 50,000 miles that compared to its closest sales competition, Torino's chassis is scheduled to be lubricated only once to their 8 times. Spark plugs are scheduled to be replaced only half as often. Everyone says compare. Ford says compare not only the cars, but the total cost of owning a car.
The closer you look, the better we look.
The past shapes the present. On occasion, it may destroy the present. The young man in our story has learned to live with his past. The young lady, his fiancée, has not learned of his past. Thus it is that these two people must face a crisis. A crisis spawned by a past of which one of them is unaware, and which the other has long presumed to have been forgotten. Tonight they've enjoyed attending their weekly movie. As our story starts to unfold, they have come from the theater's auditorium to walk blinking into the brightness of the crystal chandeliered lobby.
Let me help you on with your jacket, Marion.
Thanks.
A good movie, huh?
Oh, I loved it.
Can I have my handkerchief back now?
Oh, I'm sorry, here.
Thanks. And next week I'll bring an extra one.
Next week I won't need one. It's a Woody Allen picture, remember?
Oh, you cry anyway. By the way, how can you cry and eat popcorn at the same time?
It's strictly a feminine trick. Oh, wait a minute, Larry. I'll be right back. I want to powder my nose.
Okay. I'll wait right over there near the exit.
Don't turn around. That's a gun in my pocket.
Well, who are you?
Never mind. Now start walking.
Well, what's the idea? Where are you taking me?
To that car at the curb.
But my girl expects me to be...
She's just gonna have to wait.
Why are you doing this?
Frankie Gordon wants to see you. Now get in.
Look.
Okay, Smitty, take off.
When I came to, I was still in the car under which I'd been tumbled with that conch on my head. It was throbbing as though it were being alternately blown up and deflated like a kid's balloon. My first thought was, where in the heck am I? And my second was a panicky one, wondering what had happened to Marion. Floyd, the creep who had knocked me out, was watching me suspiciously. Well, I don't know why, because I couldn't have done a thing if I tried. He had me on the floor on the rear of the car with the heels of his elevator shoes resting on my ribs. He must have looked through that hole I felt in my head and read my mind. Because the first thing he said when I looked up at him was...
Don't worry about that little broad of yours. She's going to be okay if you behave yourself.
Where are we going?
Never mind. Just enjoy the ride.
Oh, whew. Did you have to slug me so hard?
Yeah, I like to be sure the first time.
Oh, aren't you afraid that when Marion can't find me, she'll contact the police?
Nah, she'll figure it was a mistake. She'll check out your pad before she reports you missing. By that time, we'll have things under control.
What's Frankie want to see me about? I already told him I couldn't help him on that store job. Man, I work there. I have a legitimate job. I live a legitimate life.
Yeah, I got news for you, lover boy. We knocked over that store already. Tonight.
You did? Oh, my head hurts like my brains were leaking out. Let me set up, will you?
Better watch that guy, Floyd. Could be a trick.
Don't worry, I can handle him. You just keep your mind on your driving. Okay, punk, you can get up, but don't try nothing funny or I'll fill you full of 38s.
Oh, man. I thought I'd never get my back straightened out. I should have worn a do not fold, spindle, or mutilate sign. If you knocked over the store already, why does Frankie want to see me?
Well, the cops give us some trouble tonight. Frankie's brother got shot real bad. The only one that could have tipped him off was you.
No way, man. That's a lie, and you know it.
I don't know nothing. Frankie's the one who knows.
Oh, my head. You got a cigarette?
Yeah, you're lucky you're in my left-hand pocket, because I'm not about to let go of this gun. Guess I can reach him. Hey, Smitty, he jumped. Slow down.
Hello?
Marion?
Oh, Larry, what happened to you? I looked all over the lobby, and I waited, and I didn't know
Marion, I'm in trouble.
Trouble?
Big trouble. I can't explain over the phone. Look, do me a favor.
Anything, darling. Now, what is it? Just tell me.
There's a suitcase in the hall closet. Get a pair of slacks, a coat, some shirts and socks and handkerchiefs, and my shaving things, toothbrush and stuff. Throw them all in a suitcase and take them to your place.
Can I stay here until morning?
No, they'll be snooping around my pad.
Ooh.
Never mind. You stay at your own place tonight. Pack my things and get out of my apartment as soon as you can. Bring the suitcase and stuff over to me tomorrow morning.
Where are you?
I'm in a dump called the Terminal Hotel, 1st Avenue, near the railroad tracks. Room 51.
Okay, see you in the morning.
Hi, Roy. You just coming on duty?
Yeah, had to stop off at impounds to identify an abandoned car I ticketed last night. Hey, what's this I hear about a robbery at Morgan's department store?
Yeah, about 9 o'clock tonight. 2 policemen happened to be passing the store, and they recognized Frankie Gordon and his brother Charlie.
Oh.
2 other guys were also involved. The night watchman identified them from mugshots. And there was some gunplay, and Charlie got hit badly.
How'd they get in, Tate? By hitting at closing time?
No, both of them flashed false police department IDs on the watchman. Said they were on assignment to trap some thieves who were due to hit the store. And the watchman fell for the story, let them in, and got slugged for his cooperation. It was a slick safe job, too. Not a tool mark or a fingerprint on it.
Yeah. How much loot did they get?
Oh, a good hunk of the day, I guess. A couple of grand, probably. And several trays of jewelry and expensive watches.
Nice haul. Now, what about the other two guys?
Nothing definite other than what the watchman told us, and he was kind of woozy. The two officers were lucky enough to get the license number of the car they used. We got out a pickup order on the Gordon brothers and the car.
Well, that's good. And maybe the watchman will come to enough to give us a fix on the other two guys.
Even though I knew Marion would keep her word, I spent a restless night wondering if anyone might have seen her leaving my pad with the suitcase. I watched the dawn come up, wished I had some toothpaste and a brush because my mouth tasted like an ecological disaster. The flea trap I had checked into didn't even have a bellhop to send for coffee, and I didn't dare go out on my own. Then, just as I looked in the mirror at my bloodshot eyes for the 5th time, I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sound. I went to the door, but was afraid to open it for even a little peek. Who is it?
Me, Marion. Oh, Larry.
Darling, where's the suitcase?
Oh, right there. I dropped it when you gave me that bear hug. Tell me, what on earth is this all about?
Oh, wait till I close the door. Look, I don't mean to scare you, but I'm scared already. Someone wants to kill me.
Who?
Well, his name is Frankie Gordon. One of his men was waiting in the theater lobby last night. Came up behind me with a gun in his pocket and forced me to go with him in a car.
Well, so that's what happened. Well, how'd you get away?
Took a chance and jumped out of the car. Well, outside of a skinned knee and a ruined pair of jeans, I made it okay. Then I hot-footed it right over here, figuring they wouldn't be looking for me in this part of town.
Well, who is this Gordon? And why would they want to kill you?
He's a crook, real heavy and safe robbing. Last night they knocked over Morgan's department store. They were surprised by the police, and Frankie's brother was shot. Well, Frankie thinks I tipped off the police, double-crossed him.
You mean you knew they were going to rob the store?
Well, Frankie came to see me there yesterday. When I came back from lunch, he was waiting for me. Wanted me to get the combination of the jewelry department safe. Well, I refused.
But you can't hide forever. Go to the police.
I can't.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Because they'd asked me how I knew Frankie.
Well, I don't dig. What's wrong with that? How did you happen to know him?
I knew him in prison. I'm still wanted by the police.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with news about why Lazy Boy is America's comfort favorite. It appeals to men because of rugged construction and He-Man comfort. Women love it because there are beautiful styles that match any decor, and there's an amazing choice of hundreds of colors and fabrics. A Lazy Boy lets you recline to any position, even full bed. Put a Lazy Boy in your living room and into your life. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
Certainly, State Farm has been one of the most competitive companies when it comes to rates. State Farm agent Bob Westbrook talks about car insurance value. But I think even more important than rates to most people is the service they know they're buying. With State Farm, you're in a position to get more service from more agents throughout the entire country than any other company in the industry.
A processing center in New York City, where clothing and goods are collected, packaged, and stored should disaster strike.
The Nicaraguan earthquake, for instance, then you get an upsurge of clothing. Or the Peruvian earthquake, or Bangladesh, or any crisis like that.
The warehouse is operated by Catholic Relief Services.
The concept is that we get staff, we get food and water for the disaster team, and then we get supplies. We get it all out at once. We have shortwave radio equipment, transceivers to communicate among the team.
The center functions on a daily basis, sending food, clothing, and medicines where they're needed.
That's the fastest way to get it there. We'll ship it commercially to...
Catholic Relief Services responds quickly to the needs of people through disaster relief activities and helps the overseas poor the year round. Support CRS through the American Catholic Overseas Aid Fund, the Empire State Building, New York 10001.
Oh, we're ready to go on a moment's notice.
When I told Marion I was still wanted by the police, the expression on her face gave my heart such a stab, I'll bet there's still a scar on it. But being the kind of gal she is, she listened patiently as I explained. You see, it happened when I was a kid of 17. At that age, I thought it was real far out to drink, gamble, and even carry a gun. 2 other guys and I held up a gas station. It netted us $13 and a 5-year sentence in a southern prison. I suppose in some other prison we might have stuck it out longer, hoping to get time off for good behavior, but, you know, they still use chain gangs for road work, and we just couldn't hack it.
Chain gangs? I thought that sort of thing went out.
I hope so. Maybe some states still have them. At any rate, the 3 of us saw a chance to escape and took it. Mary and I still owe them 4 big, long years.
But you've been an honest, law-abiding guy for all the years, Sims. Well, that should count for something. Oh, Larry, you sweet idiot. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
I should have known she'd be on my team no matter what. When I finished explaining, she was full of love and understanding, and suddenly my arms were full of her. She stayed there for a long, long time, and while we clung to each other, she convinced me I really should go to the police, no matter what the outcome. What really convinced me, I guess, was when she said she'd go with me.
Hi, Tay. Uncover anything at the department store?
Yeah, I got a new angle. I think it was a 5-man job, even though the watchman saw only 4.
Oh?
I showed pictures of Frankie and Charlie Gordon to all the personnel who work in or near the jewelry department. A couple of them positively identified Gordon as the man they saw talking with a store employee yesterday. His name's Larry Webster.
Oh, did you question him?
He didn't show up for work today.
Well, that's 2 marks against him. Any leads on where he might be?
I got his home address from the store and drove over there, but he was gone. The landlady showed me through his apartment, and, well, his bed hadn't been slept in, and some of his clothes seemed to be missing.
Oh, chalk up 3 marks. Does the store know anything about this Webster guy?
Nothing that helps. He'd been with them 9 years, worked his way up from shipping clerk. His co-workers apparently liked him, and he was considered a valuable employee.
Hey, where are you going now?
I'm going to teletype Washington to see if the FBI has anything on Webster. Then I'm going to see if the lab has anything conclusive on that blood sample they scraped up at the store.
Hey, good hunting.
All ready, Larry?
As soon as I put on my coat. I'll leave my suitcase and stuff here. I'll get it later if the police will let me. Otherwise, you can pick it up. Okay, all set. Now, let's get out of here before anybody sees us.
Going someplace?
Floyd, how did you find out?
That's easy, punk. One of the boys was watching your pad in case I missed you at the theater. We tailed the broad from there to her place, staked out on her overnight, and followed her here this morning.
Why, you...
Call it, Larry. Floyd's not only pretty good with the artillery, but I can handle anything he can. I'm back in there. Watch him, Floyd.
Sure, boss.
What do you want with me?
I'm sure Floyd made that clear last night.
Well, he told me you thought I double-crossed you, but I didn't.
I don't believe you.
Well, you...
Larry, darling.
My brother got shot in that heist. Well, he died this afternoon. So no matter what you say, I'm going to even things up. And with this silencer on the gun, we can do it nice and quiet. Right here.
You can't shoot him in cold blood.
It's the efficient way. And I guess you know, lady, we can't have no witnesses.
Hey, my gun, Frankie. Police, freeze. Almost.
There's something going on at your local International dealer. Right now, when you buy the other pickup from International, you get 4...
Hold it. What's this, the other pickup from International? What's that?
Well, there are 2 pickups out there that outsell everybody else. You know who they are.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
Well, we're the other pickup. The one with the wider track, lower center of gravity. The one with great handling and stability. The other pickup...
Okay.
All right now, should I?
Go ahead.
Until July 20th, you get 4 Firestone gas-saving steel-belted radial tires when you buy a new International pickup at participating dealers.
The other pickup.
Right.
Go ahead.
You get these gas-saving radials at no extra cost on most models, and they're worth $290 suggested retail price.
No extra cost?
Right. Go ahead,
I
know. And you get a free tire gauge just for coming in. And correctly inflated tires help you get better mileage. So stop at your local International...
Hold it.
No.
Are you telling me that all I have to do is stop at my local International dealer and he'll give me a tire gauge free? There's nothing to buy?
That's right.
I'll buy that.
Go ahead.
American Lung Association, emphysema spot. Take one.
Hold it before we start recording. Let me get a cigarette, huh?
A cigarette?
Yeah, only take a second. And look, man, we're doing an emphysema spot. So? Well, couldn't you at least wait till we're through? What for? I can smoke and talk. Yeah, well, that's not the point. Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't tell me you buy all that stuff. You mean the correlation between cigarette smoking and emphysema? Yeah, you really believe that? Yeah, as a matter of fact. Well, that's fine. But I've been smoking for over 15 years now, and you don't hear me gasping for breath, do you? Well, it's your life. Thanks. Okay, anytime you're ready.
Emphysema spot. Take one.
Emphysema. Now, just what does that mean to you? Well, sorry.
Take two.
An emphysema victim doesn't always get a second chance, particularly if he's a heavy smoker. Remember, see your doctor at the first sign of shortness of breath, and give up the cigarettes. This reminder from your lung association is a matter of life and breath.
Even though I still had 4 years of prison hanging over my head, I was never in my whole life so glad to see a pair of cops. Both officers seemed to feel I was telling the truth, and the fact that my boss at Morgan's department store said I was a valuable employee didn't hurt. And the cops talked with Marion. I could see they liked and believed her, which didn't hurt either. My boss made bail for me, and of course they didn't hold Marion. Before we left police headquarters, the two officers and Marion and I, we rapped over paper cups of coffee. How did you tie me in with the Gordon brothers, that is? I mean, outside of finding out Frankie had talked to me at the store.
The FBI answer to our teletype reported the prison break you and the Gordon brothers made down south years ago.
But how did you trace Frankie and Floyd to the hotel?
Well, that was the scientific part of our bloodhound work.
It sure was. The lab report on Charlie Gordon's blood gave us not only his blood type, but the agglutination test showed he was a very sick man even before he stopped the officer's bullet.
Sick?
Mm-hmm. The lab found he was infected with psittacosis.
That's a disease transmitted by parrots, isn't it?
Right.
Which meant that we had to check out every pet store in town that had recently sold parrots. Finally, after showing the pictures of the Gordon brothers to all those pet store people, we did find a guy who'd sold a parrot to Charlie. Fortunately, he'd asked to have it delivered.
We got the home address and lucked out. As we approached the apartment building, we saw Frankie just getting into a car driven by a guy known as Smithy.
Yeah, I heard Floyd call him by name just as I got zapped and fell on the floor of that car.
So we followed them to the hotel where Floyd cornered you. As you probably guessed, after Floyd had followed you there, he phoned Frankie to join him.
Well, I thank you all for your help.
And for the coffee, too.
You're welcome. Oh, and Webster, we think you've got a good chance of remaining free on probation.
Yeah, and we'll help all we can.
You sure have been great. Come on, darling. We got to move along. So long, officers.
So long. See you in court, as the saying goes.
Good luck, folks.
Oh, Larry, it was all so frightening.
That, my darling Marion, is probably the understatement of the century. Well, thank God for you and your persuasive ways. Going to the police was the right thing to do.
Well, it's all behind us now.
You're wrong, baby. It's all ahead of us. A whole new life together.
After we get your suitcase, let's go to my place. I want to feel your arms around me again.
What's the matter with right here?
Oh, Larry. No, please, not in the lobby in front of all these people.
Why not? I mean, after all, it's not as though we're married.
We're going to take a lot of trips this season. To stores.
To school.
Out to the swimming pool. To the dentist. To the market. We will take our car and park it.
Short trips never give your car a chance to warm up and eliminate engine-damaging deposits. Short trips call for Quaker State Motor Oil. It gives quality protection against these harmful deposits. And now when we need it more than ever, you can find it more places than ever.
Quaker State, your car. To keep it running young.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard-of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The 0 Hour.
Past is Always Present is an original radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Peter Lucas was heard as Larry Webster. Featured in the cast were Ruth Anson, Jack Crucian, Lou Krugman, Jack Edwards, and Alan Bergman. 0 Hour, created by J.M. Collis, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. The music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman, Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So that was a really interesting one. As I said in chat there, oh yeah, we know you've escaped from jail with 4 years left to go, but sure, go ahead, go home with your gal and go see a movie. We'll see you in court sometime. It's all good, man. It's all good, bro. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that's realism for you, right? So yeah, that's 0 Hour. It's an interesting little show. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one too. We're gonna try one. I think we're gonna try one from the sealed book. I'm not sure how well these are, but we'll give it a shot and see. We've got one called Death Laughs Last, and yeah, it seems interesting. So here you go.
The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept a great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds strange and terrible beyond all belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opens. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. Ah, the strange story of a man who committed the perfect murder, only to discover that every murder must be paid for. A tale titled Death Laughs Last. The tale, Death Laughs Last, as it is written in the pages of the sealed book. Our story begins in the office of Dr. Robert Smith. There is a worried look on the doctor's face as he speaks to Edward Harrison. Sit down, won't you, Mr. Harrison?
All right, thanks. Now, what is it, Doc? I can see by your face you want to tell me something about Mary, don't you?
Mr. Harrison, your wife is dangerously ill.
Does that mean she's going to die?
I must be frank with you. It does. Unless...
Unless what, Doctor? Tell me. If there's a chance in the world, she's got to have it, see?
Her only hope is a brain operation. A very difficult and delicate operation. Without it, well, I could only give her 6 months, a year at most.
No, it mustn't be. She's got to have the operation, you hear?
I must tell you, Mr. Harrison, that only one man in this country has the necessary skill for the operation your wife needs. He is Dr. Howard Richards.
I don't care who he is. Get him.
I was going to say, naturally, he's in great demand. His average fee for an operation is about $1,500.
$1,500?
Of course, if you can't afford that, he might consider the circumstances.
No, I can't afford it. I can afford anything Mary needs.
Then I'll get in touch with him at once.
Yes, sure. You make the arrangements right away. I'll get a hold of the money. I'll get it to you by tomorrow, sure. Mr. Danvers, I'm Ed Harrison.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Please sit down.
Thanks. They told me you have to pass on all the real estate loans here at the bank. Have you looked over my application yet?
I have it here. I see that you want to borrow $1,500 from us.
That's right, and it's urgent. I got to have the money right away.
Unfortunately, the security you offer, your home...
What's wrong with it? It's a swell little house, good section, all in good repair.
That's true, but you already have a first and second mortgage on it, totaling $4,000, and... Well, I'm afraid we can't make any further loans on it.
But I've got to have the money, Mr. Danvers. I've just got to.
I'm sorry to hear that, because there's nothing we can do to help you. Nothing we can do.
You say you're not employed, Mr. Harrison?
No, I own a shop. I'm a locksmith.
That means you're never certain of your income. If you had a job now, a regular income you could depend on...
What are you getting at? You mean you're not going to let me have the money?
I certainly wish I could, but under the circumstances, I'm sorry, very sorry, but there's nothing I can do to...
I'm afraid the collateral you suggest isn't satisfactory, Mr. Harrison. We'd lend you the money if we could, but we just can't. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. Edward, you aren't eating, and you're so quiet. Is anything wrong?
What? No, of course not.
You're worrying about me, aren't you?
Well, no, Mary. I just think about making some changes at the shop and...
Darling, please, you don't have to lie to me. I know that I'm not well, but I'm going to get better. Really, I am. I promise it.
Of course you are. Dr. Smith said so. You're going to be well in no time.
Of course I am, dear.
No, I got to go out. I have an appointment over the other side of the city with Horace Latimer. We grew up together. He wants to see me about something important.
Edward had no appointment with Horace Latimer, but he went to see Horace anyway, for he and Horace had been boyhood friends. Then their paths had separated. Horace had grown wealthy. But in his desperation, Edward Harrison hoped that Horace would remember the past and would lend him the money he'd been trying to raise all day. Horace could spare it easily, but would he?
$1,500? Well, that's rather a lot of money, Ed.
I know it is, Horace, but it's for Mary. For an operation. I've got to have it.
Well, why don't you try the bank? You have a house, a business?
I tried the bank and all the personal loan companies in town. They all turned me down. Said the security wasn't good enough.
I see. Well, that's too bad. Now, you can bet I'd lend it to you, Ed, if I had it. Well, that's the trouble. I haven't any ready cash. The income tax, and a couple of shaky investments that I had to bolster up lately.
All right, Horace. Never mind explaining. I get the idea. You're not going to lend me the money.
Well, really, Ed, I would if I could, but I can't. I'm sorry.
Save your sorrow for somebody else. I don't need your money, you hear? I'll get it someplace else. Yes, I'll get it. Somehow.
After he had slammed out of Horace Latimer's expensive home, Edward stood for a moment on the dark street corner, staring back with bitterness in his face.
Sorry. Yeah, you're sorry. In a pig's eye, you're sorry. Oh, what a sap I was to think you were a pal of mine.
Yeah, what's that, buddy?
Huh?
Was you speaking to me?
Oh, no, sorry. I guess I was thinking out loud.
That's okay. We all do it sometimes. Hey, you got a match?
Match? What? Yeah, sure. Here.
Thanks. Okay, just hold it like that. Make a move and I plug you.
Gun? Why, you're...
Yeah, this is a stick-up. Hand over your dough and make it fast, see?
My dough? That's a hot one. I'm out trying to raise money myself. Now we're both out of luck. I've only got $1 on me. Take it if you want it. Anyway, it's more than I could raise.
Don't try to kid me. Anybody who lives in this ritzy suburb has dough on him. Stand still while I see what you got in your pockets. A wallet and a leather case of some kind.
You'll find just $1 in that wallet. And I don't live in this neighborhood. I came here to try to borrow some money from a friend.
$1. One measly buck. What a lousy break. But I bet you got a roll hidden in this leather case. It's heavy enough.
You'll lose your bet. There's nothing in there but my emergency kit.
Yeah? Well, I'll just see for myself. Hey, this kit's full of skeleton keys and picklocks and stuff. What are you, anyway, a second-story waker?
I'm a locksmith and safe repairman, if it's anything to you.
Oh. Were you on the level just now when you said you was trying to raise dough?
What's it to you?
You'd be surprised, pal. Okay, I'm putting the gun away, but you ain't leaving yet. Me and you, we're gonna talk business. Because I got a plan that'll get us both all the dough we need. Two more beers, waiter. Well, is the deal on my proposition?
I don't know, Mike.
Sure you do. There's nothing to it. You can open locks and safes. I know where there's a house with plenty of dough in it.
But burglary? I've never stolen anything in my life.
Now, listen, you said you needed dough bad, didn't you? And so do I, plenty bad.
But
all you gotta do is get the back door open and then the safe. In half an hour, you'll have your 1,500 and more. How else you ever gonna get it? Answer me that.
I don't know. You sure the money's there, Mike?
Positive. I was casing the joint and looked in the window in time to see the old geezer put a whole roll of bills in a safe that's no stronger than a bread box. You can open it with your teeth.
Gotta get the money somehow. All right, I'll do it.
And now to continue the story, Death Laughs Last, as it is written in the sealed book. A few minutes later, Edward Harrison and Mike arrived at the large mansion and quietly made their way toward the back door.
Okay, this is it. Everybody's hit the hay long ago. It'll be a cinch.
The lock looks easy. But I shouldn't be doing this. There must be some other way to get the money.
Don't be a sucker all your life.
You gotta take what you want in this world. If you don't, you never get it.
Well...
Come on, get that door open. We gotta get inside before we're spotted.
All right. Only take a second. I think... Yeah. There, it's unlocked.
Okay, get inside. The safe's in the library down this way. Don't make any noise.
You sure there's only 2 of them in the house?
Yeah, the old guy and his butler. Probably both of them deaf as posts. Here's the library. Come on, the safe's behind the picture on the wall.
This picture?
Yeah, that's it. I'll lift it down. There you are. That safe is just a kid's toy. Go ahead, get it open.
It won't be that easy. I'll have it open inside a half an hour.
Hurry it up. You've been 40 minutes on that thing.
It's coming now. There. The safe's open.
About time, too. Now, let's see what's in it. Here's the cash box. What'll I open it? There, look. Dough, cash, Mazuma. What'd I tell you?
There must be thousands there.
Easy. Come on, we'll count it and divvy it up.
No, never mind. Just give me 1,500. That's all I want. You can keep the rest.
Are you kidding?
No, that's all I want. Just the 1,500 that I need.
Okay, it's your funeral. Here you are. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $1,500 bills.
$1,500.
Yeah, for just an hour's work. Easy money, huh? What do you say we crack a couple of more cribs tonight, huh?
No. I just want to get out of here now.
Someone's coming.
Someone's coming.
Yeah, here, get behind this door. I'll take care of this.
Who's there? Jenkins, is that you? Oh, where's that light switch? Ah. Burglars! Jenkins! Jenkins, call the police, quick!
Nobody's calling any cops tonight, chum.
Help, police! Help! Oh!
Yeah, maybe that'll convince you.
You hit him.
What'd you expect me to do, shake his hand?
You killed him. That's murder.
Yeah, and you're in just as deep as me. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I'm an accessory to murder.
Cut the guff and let's get out of here. Or do you want to get caught?
No, of course not.
Then let's get going. Douse that light. I don't hear nothing. Come on, we'll get out the way we come in.
But suppose we are caught. Murder. They'll hang us.
Yeah, we ain't gonna get caught. We haven't left a clue, not even a fingerprint.
Stand still, both of you. I have a gun and I have you covered.
The butler.
If you move, I'll shoot. I can see you perfectly.
Standing on the stairs, he's got a gun. We're caught.
Not yet. We ain't, not by an old scarecrow with a rusty horse pistol.
Put up your hands. I'm going to call the police. You've done something to the master. I heard him call.
Okay, we'll put up our hands like this.
Mike, you shot him.
Come on. We gotta get out of here in a hurry. Them shots will bring the cops, but fast. Okay, here we are. Come on in.
Well, why did you make me come here? Why can't I go home?
You heard me. Come on in.
What?
That's better. Now, take off your hat and stay a while.
Why did you make me come here to your room?
2 reasons. The first is I want to make sure you know what it'll mean if you let anything slip. It'll mean a rope around your neck. Get me?
Yeah, I know. You don't have to tell me. I won't let anything slip.
If I thought you might, I'd slit your gullet right now.
I won't. I have to live. For my wife's sake.
Okay. And the second reason you're here is so you and me can have a little talk.
Talk? What kind of a talk?
Well, chum, I like the way you got that door and that safe open tonight. You and me got a future together.
What?
As soon as the heat's off, we're going to do another little job together.
No. I won't do it. I won't.
Sure you will.
I won't do it. You can't make me.
Oh, yes, I can. If you don't, I can always send a little note to the cops, telling them it's you they want for them killings tonight.
You wouldn't. They'd get you, too.
I'd be a long ways away by then. But you can't get away. You got a business here and a sick wife. You couldn't leave them. Well, you're going to do what I say?
You devil. You...
Don't say it.
You don't think you can just dip into crime and then back out again without getting your hands dirty, do you? You don't think you can pull a job and then go on as if nothing had happened? You're mixed up in murder, and somebody's always got to pay for murder, one way or another.
I only did it for Mary's sake.
It don't matter why you did it. You're in it now, and you can't get out. Not without paying in some way.
I've got a good mind to go to the police, to confess, to get it off my chest.
No, you don't. You see this gun? I'd plug you in a second if I thought...
No, you don't.
Get away from me. Let go of my hand. Let go.
You got me into this. You're not gonna make me go any further with it. I'll take that gun away from you and I'll...
You fool. Let go or I'll plug you out.
Mike. Mike! He's dead. I killed him.
In a daze of horror, Edward Harrison found his hat and made his way to the street. His mind in a whirl, he stumbled into a tiny bar a few blocks away. Struggling to control his shaking hands and to keep his voice normal, he ordered a double whiskey and gulped it down. Then, as his senses cleared a little, he heard the radio at the end of the bar broadcasting a warning to the city. Attention all residents of the city, attention all residents. The police department is asking you to be on the lookout for the following man, wanted for a brutal double murder committed in the Buxton Park section less than an hour ago. Please make a note of the following description.
No.
The man was...
Hey, buddy, what's the idea? What'd you shut the radio off for?
Because I was sick of listening to it, that's why.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm not, see? And I got an idea maybe there was some other reason you didn't want to hear it. So I'm going to turn it back on, see?
No, you mustn't.
Well, I'm gonna. If you try to make a break for it, I got a gun right here under the bar, see? So now let's hear what that dirty killer looked like.
I repeat, be on the lookout for a man of medium height, lean and wiry, with reddish-brown hair, wanted for the double murder in Buxton Park earlier this evening. If you see such a man, report at once to headquarters. We now turn you back to our regular night owl program of popular dance tunes.
Lean and wiry with reddish-brown hair, huh? Well, that ain't you. You're heavy-set and black-haired. For a minute there, you had me going. I was positive you was the killer, the way you didn't want me to hear the description. Just jumpy, huh? Well, here, have another drink. On the house.
Thanks, but I gotta get home. I need some sleep. Yeah, that's what I need. Some sleep.
And now to continue the story, Death Laughs Last, as it is written in the sealed book. As Edward Harrison left the bar and hurried home, he was aghast at how close he'd come to giving himself away. It was Mike the police were looking for, not Edward Harrison. It was Mike whose description they had. Edward Harrison was safe. Safe. Hardly able to believe in his own good luck, Edward reached his home and let himself in. Mary was asleep. Quietly, he got into bed, and at long last fell asleep. When he awoke, it was morning, and Mary was already preparing breakfast.
Good morning, darling. What time did you get home anyway? I waited up for you until almost 2.
I was pretty late. I stopped at the shop and did a little work. Forgot to watch the time, I guess.
Oh, and this morning you look terrible. I know you're worrying about me. Oh, but you mustn't, darling. I'm going to be all right. Really, I am.
Of course you are. I'm going to see to that.
What do you think? Dr. Smith called up last night. He wanted to talk to you. He said he had some good news for you.
Good news?
Yes, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. I don't know why. He asked for you to stop in at his office this morning.
I think I know what it is. Yeah, sure. I'll go right over and see him.
But, darling, you're going to eat breakfast first, aren't you?
I'll eat when I get back. I want to see the doctor first. Anyway, I'm not very hungry.
Well, all right, Edward. But please, hurry back. I want to know, too, what the doctor says.
Yeah, sure, Mary. I'll be right back. But everything's okay now. Everything's okay.
After he left the house, Edward bought a morning paper. Big headlines told of the murders the night before, but he scarcely saw them. His eyes hurried through the story until he found what he was looking for. The news that Mike's body had been found. The butler Mike had shot had given the police Mike's description and then died before he could tell them there was anyone with Mike. So the police had listed Mike's death as a suicide or as an accident and closed the case. Edward Harrison was safe. Perfectly safe.
Safe. I'm safe. I got the money. Mary's going to be all right, and the cops aren't looking for me. Mike was wrong. Sometimes you can get away with murder and not have to pay anything, if you're lucky. And I've been lucky. I've been lucky. Good morning, Doctor. Mary said you'd phoned and had some good news.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. I called you last night after I got in touch with Dr. Richards. I wanted to tell you that he had agreed to operate on your wife.
Oh, that's swell, Doctor. I got the money right here in my pocket.
The money, yes. I was also going to tell you that Dr. Richards had said not to worry about it. You could take as long as you wanted to pay it.
As long as I wanted, then it wasn't necessary. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Never mind, Doc. I mean, I've got the money. I want to pay it. He's got to take it right away. Well, what's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for? The operation is going to save Mary's life, isn't it? You said it would. You can't go back on your word. You can't, do you hear?
It's not that, Mr. Harrison. Yes, the operation would save your wife's life. But unfortunately, Dr. Richards was the only man in this country able to perform it.
Well, so what? He said he'd do it, didn't he? And I've raised the dough to pay it. So what's the hitch?
Mr. Harrison, Dr. Richards can't perform the operation now.
But you said that...
Yes, I know. But he was tragically murdered last night by a burglar who broke into his home in Buxton Park.
And so ends the tale. Death laughs last, as it is written in the sealed book. In an effort to save his wife's life, Edward Harrison had helped kill the one man who might have saved her. Twisted indeed are the strands of fate in which destiny entangles mere mortals. And now, keeper of the book, before you close the great volume, show us the tale we tell next time. This one? Ah, yes. The tale of a man who was murdered by his wife and her brother, and the strange way he rose from a watery grave to accuse them of his death. The tale is titled, You Only Die Once.
You only die once or maybe twice. I don't know. Who knows? How many times can you die? So, yeah, I'm working on this painting here. So far, I'm liking it. I have my issues with it, but I'm liking it overall. Hopefully you guys are too. It's a little weird, but you know, I like it. It's a good one, I think, so far. We're gonna still play around with it a little bit. I'm gonna play an audio from something that I haven't really heard much, and I'm not sure how it's gonna turn out. But the title of it seems weird. And the description that I saw of it sounds kind of weird too. So we like doing weird here, and we may as well continue with the weird. So we're going to give you Elmer Meets Death and go from there.
M&J Audio Theater presents Chet Cheddar's Tales from the Morgue.
Well, now. Come in, my friend. It's so nice of you to drop in. Yes. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. I am Chet Cheddar, the morgue attendant and resident storyteller. Oh, I'm so glad you came by. Today, we return to the small, peaceful town of Biloxi. It seems that there was this old abandoned house on the corner of Main Street. Well, there was some talk of this house being haunted, mostly children with overactive imaginations. However, on this particular Wednesday afternoon, a very distinct moaning sound emitted from the derelict structure. Well, the citizens who lived nearby this old house were quite unnerved by the sound. The Biloxi Police Department was flooded with calls that day.
Hello. Biloxi Police Department, Sheriff McElroy speaking. Oh, howdy, Miss Pluckett. What can I do you for? Huh? Well, you say you hear strange noises coming from the old Fortin house? We got us another one, Chester. Yes, ma'am? Well, now, Miss Pluckett, it's probably just a couple of alley cats in the heat. Yes, ma'am. I know it sounds horrible, but they get that way when they, you know. Yes, sir. Well, now, if they don't stop in the next 30 minutes, I'll send a deputy down to go check it out, all right? Okay. You do the same. Thank you kindly, ma'am.
You want me to go down to that house and check it out, Sheriff?
Shoot, no. Ain't worth the gas go down there. Take the phone off the hook and hand me a donut.
All right, sir.
Well, the noise from the house persisted, and it sounded nothing like a cat. It was quite unmistakably human. It was about midnight when Mr. Elmer Corn, a well-known resident of Biloxi, was awakened from sleep.
Huh? Oh, where's the fire?
Huh? Damn, it's 5 minutes to midnight. Who in the world could that be at this ungodly hour? Huh? All right. Don't worry out the doorbell. I'm coming.
Oh,
Oh, Elmer, I'm so glad to see you.
Oh, well, howdy, Miss Maddox. Did you come to bury some toilet paper?
No, I didn't, Elmer, but I could really use your help, though.
Well, anything at all, Miss Maddox. Come on in.
Oh, thank you, Elmer.
Shoot, it must be important for you to be up this late. You're usually in bed after Mr. Carson's monologue, ain't you?
Well, I am usually, but Elmer, I'm just at the end of my rope,
Yeah.
and all my neighbors are, too.
Well, heck, you're shaking like a hairless dog in a snowstorm. Well, here, sit down, Miss Maddox.
Thank you.
What's the matter with you?
Well, you know that old house on the corner of Main Street?
The old Thornton house?
Yeah, that's it, Elmer. Well, there's awful, horrible, terrible noises coming from that house.
Oh. Well, it could be a couple of old cats.
It ain't no cat, Elmer. It's human, sure as I am alive. Human. Just like a man in pain.
Well, did you try calling the police?
Oh, those police are just busy stuffing donuts into their big fat faces.
I know what you mean.
Elmer, would you go down to that house and check it out for me, would you?
Well, Miss Maddox, you see, I got a manure haul at 6 in the morning.
But Elmer,
I need my sleep. Could I do it tomorrow afternoon?
Elmer, this just can't wait. I live just 2 blocks down from that house, and you just gotta see what it is now.
Well, all right, Miss Maddox, okay. I'll go call up Cecil Ferris. He's got one of them high-beam flashlights, and we'll go down there and check it out for you.
Oh, thank you very much, Elmer. I just couldn't get a wink of sleep with all of that noise going on.
Dadgum. Boy, this old house is a musty place.
I ought to have my head examined for letting you drag me in here, Elmer.
Well, I ought to have my head examined for asking you. I should have known you'd start belly aching about it.
Wake me up at midnight to come prowl around in some haunted house?
Well, you got the big high-beam flashlight.
That ain't the reason, Elmer. You just didn't want to come in here by yourself.
Oh, hush up, Cecil, and hold that light steady.
All right.
Dadgum, ain't nothing in this old house but a bunch of cobwebs. It's all that talk of this place being haunted that's got everyone so worked up.
It is haunted. Charlie Thornton killed his wife in this house. Then he turned the gun on himself.
Well, Charlie Thornton wasn't all there, Cecil. Heck, the man used to talk to his shadow, you know that.
Yeah.
Besides, it's all in the past now.
Well, Bernie Edwards said he saw the ghost of Mr. Thornton in the window up there.
Yeah, well, Bernie sees a lot of things after a six-pack or two. Well, I don't see nothing in here. Well, let's go check the kitchen and then we'll... Whoa. Good Lord. What the heck was that?
It's the ghost of Charlie Thornton, Elmer.
It ain't no such thing, Cecil. It sounded like it come from the fireplace.
Yeah.
Here, shine your light over there.
All right.
Take the light away! Leave me in my misery! Leave me in the darkness!
Dadgummit, Elmer. Looks like somebody covered in an old sheet.
Yeah. What's the matter, mister? You in some sort of pain?
The pain! The eternal pain! I can endure it no more! The burden is too great! Relieve me of my task, O spirits of the netherworld! Set me free from my never-ending destiny!
Let's leave this feller alone, Elmer.
You just stand there with that light and hush up, Cecil. Come here just a second, mister. We ain't gonna hurt you, I promise. You from out of state? Maybe some relation to the late Mr. Thornton?
No. I am death.
Dadgum.
Could you run that past me just one more time, mister?
I am the Reaper.
You mean the Grim Reaper?
I never liked the grim part. But it is grim, isn't it?
Dadgummit, there's nothing underneath that sheet. There's no face, there's no hands, nothing.
Oh, settle down, Cecil. He's probably just dark complected.
No, your friend speaks the truth. I have no form or shape. I am like a foul wind. The cloth gives the illusion of shape. I thought if I took the shape and voice of a living man and took shelter in this dwelling, I could escape the spirits of the netherworld, but they'll find me. I am cursed for eternity.
Oh, you mean to say when a feller dies, they meet up with you?
Yes, I show them the way to the beyond.
Dang it, this is too much for me.
Hush, Cecil. Well, sir, you show people to the hereafter. That don't sound like such a bad job.
Not bad. Not bad. Perhaps not for those who have lived a long and fruitful life. But what of the young? Those whose lives have been extinguished by hunger or disease? I must take them away before they have had a chance to live.
Oh.
The burden is too great.
Well, you poor feller. And you say these spirits of the netherworld gave you this job?
I was created in the netherworld by the spirits of that region. I wish to be free of this horrible task.
Well, sir, I think everybody needs a vacation from their job now and then.
What in the world are you saying, Elmer?
Well, I mean, heck, this man's plumb tuckered out. And shoot, I mean, it must be a high-pressure job, you know. I mean, can you imagine how many people die every day?
Oh, it is an extraordinary amount, I assure you.
Well, I'd imagine so. So why don't you just go incognito for a couple of days? Could be all you need is a little break to collect your thoughts.
Well, I don't know.
Well, sir, I know. You just won't be dead for a couple of days, all right? You say these spirits of the netherworld are looking for you? Well, it's liable to be a couple of days before they find you. And until that time, you'll just be a regular feller. Mr. D, how's that?
Mr. D?
Yes, sir, Mr. D. I tell you what you do. Now, me and Cecil are about to go over to Miss Maddox's house. She's this sweet old widow woman that lives down the street from us. And we'll go up to her and we'll say, "Hello, Miss Maddox, this here's Mr. D. He's a stranger in town, gonna stay a couple of days." And you know what she'll do? She'll whip you up the finest, biggest meal you ever ate in your life. Sweet potato pie, dumplings, chicken. You'll stuff yourself till you can't breathe.
But I do not eat.
Well, you talk, don't you? Miss Maddox will talk your ear off. Some good conversation, that's what you need. So why don't you do that? Next morning, tomorrow, 7:30, me, you, and Cecil go over to Miss Maddox's house, and we'll just have us a good old time. What do you think?
Well, I suppose I could do that.
Well, I just flat dab insist, sir. Until then, you come over to my house, and you're gonna stay the night there, and I don't want no argument.
Yes, if you insist, Mr. Corn. Thank you.
Oh, I don't recall telling you my last name.
You want another piece of pie, Elmer?
Ho, ho, Nellie, no, Miss Maddox. If I was to try to stuff in another piece, I'd bust a seam. It was a dandy meal, though.
I have another piece, Miss Maddox.
All righty there, Cecil.
Still trying to fill up that hollow leg, huh, Cecil?
I got a weakness for sweet potato pie.
Well, what you got a weakness for is desserts. If the whole meal consisted of sweet potato pie, that'd be fine with you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Elmer, yeah.
Oh, boy, I'm packed. I might have to pop me a butt.
Me too.
Say, you haven't eaten a thing on your plate, Mr. D. Do you not like dumplings?
Yes, it looks delicious, madam. I am not hungry, thank you.
Say, can I have that hunk of pie then?
Cecil, watch your manners.
Well, it'd be a shame to let it go to waste.
What kind of work do you do, Mr. D?
Well, madam, that is hard to say.
Mr. D is a travel agent of sorts, Miss Maddie.
Oh, that must be exciting.
No, madam, it is not. It is excruciating. The pain, the misery is overwhelming.
What could be so bad about it?
It's just a traveling getting to him a little, Miss Maddox. That's why he's down here. He's on vacation, gonna try to rest up a bit.
Well, Biloxi is definitely the place to do it. You just have yourself a good old time, Mr. D.
Thank you, madam. I will try to do that. In fact, I may quit my job soon.
You're gonna do what?
Dadgum Jiminy Christmas. You hear that? Sound like a car wreck outside.
Merciful heavens!
Sounded pretty bad to me.
Hey, look outside. It is a wreck. Lester Pluckett run his car into a persimmon tree. Dadgum, and he's walking up this way, too. Let's go see about him, Cecil.
All right, Elmer.
Lord have mercy, Lester. You okay? Heck, your car's on fire.
Yeah. I swerved to miss an armadillo and my car hit that danged old tree over there.
Heck, your head's busted wide open, Lester. You okay?
Yeah, I feel a little dizzy, but I don't feel no pain. I can see your brain, Lester.
Cecil, what a thing to say.
Well, look at his head. You can see his brain clear as day. Oh, no. My car is wrecked. My wife is going to skin me alive.
Well, shoot far, Lester. You can worry about that later. We got to get you to Doc Stone right away.
Oh, come on, Elmer. Is it really necessary?
You're a bleeding like a stuck pig. Of course it's necessary. Don't argue with me, Lester. Get in my truck.
Okay.
Mr. Corn?
Yes, sir?
Do you mind if I come along?
Not at all, Mr. D. Come along. Come on, Lester. Get in my truck right now.
All right.
Lester. Yeah. Open up real wide and say I for me.
Old Dr. Stone is getting up in years, ain't he, Elmer?
Well, yeah, he's up in his 80s. Hush up. I want to see what he says about Lester.
All righty. That's good, Les.
Yeah.
Tell me, how bad does your head hurt?
Well, it don't hurt at all.
Wait just a minute. Excuse me, Doc.
All righty.
Les, your head's busted open like a melon.
Well,
You're telling me you don't feel no pain?
Not a twitch. I feel a little bit sleepy, though. Ain't that his brain exposed, Dr. Stone?
Well, I'm going to manage his head, Cecil. Sit tight, Lester.
Okay.
I'll fix you up in a minute. I want to talk to Elmer for a second.
Is old Lester going to be okay, Dr. Stone?
Well, that's kind of hard to say, Elmer. He ain't complaining of no pain. But according to my instruments, he ought not feel nothing at all. What I'm saying is, he ain't got no temp, or blood pressure, or he ain't got no pulse. His skin's at room temperature, and his eyes are dilated.
Sounds like a dead man.
Yeah, it does to me, too. I don't want to upset Lester. That's why I wanted to talk to you first about it.
Yeah.
Never seen nothing like it. Not short of a horror movie.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll go patch him up. About all I can do at this point.
Well, okay, Doc. I'll see you later. Did you hear that, Mr. D?
Yes, Mr. Corn, I did. Mr. Pluckett has damaged his body beyond repair.
Yeah.
His nervous system no longer functions, yet his life essence remains in his body.
Life essence? You talking about his soul?
In a manner of speaking, yes. His life essence cannot leave his body without my help.
Oh, I see.
I am dead. However, Mr. Pluckett will have to wait for his journey to the beyond. I am on vacation.
Wait a minute. You mean you're just going to leave the poor fella like he is now with his brain hanging out and all that?
Yes. He will feel no pain, I assure you.
Well, look at him, though. I mean, it ain't natural. What I'm saying is, if he's supposed to be dead...
I do not wish to discuss it, Mr. Corn. I am enjoying my break.
Hang on, Mr. Death. We're about to go over Miller's Bridge, and it's pretty rickety.
Hey, 69er. Cheap passengers will smoke it, Nanner.
Well, I guess this is your first time riding in a pickup truck, huh, Mr. D?
Yes, Mr. Corn, it is.
I gotta haul this manure over to Skeeter Phillips's house. After that, this truck will smell a heck of a lot better.
I have no sense of smell.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're a lucky feller. I tell you, the smell of fresh cow flop can make even the stoutest man weak in the knees. Huh. Yeah, somebody called me on the CB.
Cow chip?
Yeah, I know. That's my handle. Well, kind of appropriate considering my job, don't you think? Yeah, you got the cow chip here. I copy you. Over.
Yeah, this is Skeeter, Elmer. You bringing that cow flop over to my house?
On my way, Skeeter. Why?
Well, I'm not gonna be there. Just dump the manure in my backyard. Pay you next time I see you. Gotta take my mother over to the, doctor.
Oh. Heck, I hope Miss Phillips ain't ailing.
Well, she's up and going about now, but, yesterday she complained of chest pains. Checked her pulse. Couldn't get one. Took her temperature. It's about, 75 degrees.
Huh? 75 degrees, you say? Well, I guess you better take her to the doctor just to play it safe, Skeeter. I'll dump the manure in your backyard like you said.
Thank you, Elmer. I'll pay you later. Over and out.
Huh. Well, Mr. D, I guess Mrs. Phillips is in the same position that Lester Pluckett is in, ain't she?
Yes, Mr. Corn. She had a fatal heart attack.
Oh, that was a sweet lady, too. She's still walking around, though. I'll tell you something true, Mr. D. This whole thing's starting to sort of worry me a little bit.
What concerns you, Mr. Corn?
Well, it's this whole idea of dead people walking around like zombies. This sort of thing going on all over the world?
Yes, of course. But you needn't be concerned, Mr. Corn. They will not be in pain, and their bodies will not rot as long as their spirits remain in their bodies.
Well, still, this sort of thing's liable to cause a worldwide panic. Well, what I'm getting at, Mr. D, is that, well, maybe you should get back to work pretty soon.
No, Mr. Corn.
Huh?
I will never return to that position.
Whoa, what? Good gravy. You can't be serious. You're quitting altogether?
That is correct.
Well, you can't do it. A world without death? My mind boggles at the thought. I mean, the world would get overpopulated.
My decision is final, Mr. Corn.
But what about the spirits of the netherworld? You said they was coming after you. You said they'd find you sooner or later.
Then I will refuse to go with them, Mr. Corn.
What?
They cannot make me go.
But
I am sick of death.
Well, now you're acting just like a child. You can't just quit just like that. You just can't do it. You are death.
I was death, Mr. Corn. Was. I am now Mr. Death Row.
Huh? Mr. Death Row?
Yes.
You can't live in the real world like a person, Mr. D. You're transparent.
There will be obstacles, of course, but I am prepared for them.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. That's Cecil Ferris on the radio. He don't know to call me Cow Chip on the CB. Hello, Cecil. I read you. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm so glad I got you. There's a hostage situation at the convenience store on Titus Street. Some guy's trying to hold up the place, and dadgummit, Elmer, he's got Miss Maddox at gunpoint.
Miss Maddox at gunpoint? He's got Miss Maddox hostage? Where's that, Cecil?
It's at the Quick Pick, Elmer, and dadgummit, is there a swarm of police cars around there?
Dadgum. Did you hear that, Mr. D? Someone's got a gun to Miss Maddox's head at the Quick Pick. Heck, we gotta get out there. Oh, baby. I rushed over as soon as I heard the news, Sheriff McElroy.
Elmer Corn, what the hell you doing here? There's a police blockade set up.
I know, sir. I know. I broke it. I'm sorry, Sheriff, but Miss Maddox is like a mother to me, and I just had to see about it.
Well, that guy's in there with her right now. Got a gun to her head. Seems pretty high-strung. We can't risk going in there.
Hey, you cops make one wrong move and I'll blow this old broad's head off, you understand? I want to get out of here. I want to get in my car and drive to the county line, and I'm taking Grandma here with me, you understand?
Albert, save me, Albert!
Now, the police will be waiting for you at the county line, mister. You stand away from that lady and drop that gun. It ain't gonna do you no good. I've already reported this to the neighboring counties.
Hey, you hayseed cops think I'm stupid, huh? Now back up. I'm not making no deals. I'm in charge here. I'll open up a window to this chick's brain.
I think this feller's from out of state.
Yeah, I know. He was holding up the quick pick just as me and Deputy Huckabee was driving up for donuts.
Hey,
He sees us and panics, grabs Miss Matty.
hey, what you talking about, cop, huh?
We're just talking about maybe letting you go, mister. Roland, run and get my rifle.
All right, Sheriff. You gonna try to take him out?
Well, I got a pretty clear shot if I aim for his head.
Well, should you try that, Sheriff? Well, if he sees that rifle, he's liable to try to shoot Miss Matty.
Oh, no, I've dealt with these nervous type. All talk and no action.
Here's your rifle, Sheriff.
All right. Here, hold my coffee and donut.
All right, sir.
Hey, what's with the shotgun? You're making a big mistake, cop.
All right, I got a bead on him. Back up, Elmer. I'm going to shoot him through the window.
Ooh!
Yeehaw! Bingo, Sheriff. Caught him right between the eyes.
Caught him dead center.
Hey, you fat pig, you shot me in the head.
It can't be possible. That man's still standing.
Oh, Lord of mercy. I forgot to tell you, Sheriff. You can't kill him. You can't.
Oh? What the heck you talking about, Elmer? This is a dad blame 12 gauge.
I don't care if it's an elephant gun. You can't kill him.
Hey, is this the best you cops can do, huh? You shoot me in the head, I don't feel nothing. I can run around, I can skip around. Hey, you cops shooting with pop pistols?
I'm gonna shoot him again.
It wouldn't do you no good, Sheriff. I ain't got time to explain it to you. I'm going in there.
Huh? Hey, you get back here, Elmer Bean. Get back here now.
You want your donut back, Sheriff?
That man has flipped his lid. Yeah, donut would taste good right about now.
Now, mister, you put down that gun. That lady you got with you there is an old friend of mine.
Oh, well, that's real touching. That's real touching. I think I'm gonna cry.
I said put down that gun.
Hey, let go of my arm. Let go of my arm.
Holy guacamole.
Elmer, you've been shot.
He just got me in the shoulder, Miss Maddox.
Oh, yeah? Well, I think I can do better than that.
No, mister, don't do it. You can't kill me. The sheriff shot you in the head with a 12 gauge and you didn't die. No one can die.
What the hell is this moron talking about?
Mr. Death! Mr. Death, you gotta stop this. You see what kind of world it's gonna be if you don't go back to work?
Yes, Mr. Corn. I see.
Somebody clue me in here. Who's this guy in the sheet?
You know who I am, Mr. Raguso.
Huh? Hey, how did you know my name?
You are Bernard Shane Raguso.
Yeah.
And it is time to go.
Nah.
Come with me now. Do not fight it.
No, stay away from me, you freak in a sheet.
Rest. Rest, Mr. Raguso. It is time to rest.
Wait, what's happening?
Elmer, he just dropped like he was dead.
He is dead, Miss Maddox. He is.
Dadgummit, Elmer, I thought you was a goner. I guess that gunshot in the head finally caught up with him.
No, sir, Sheriff. Death caught up with him.
Who's that fella in the sheet? The sheet's still there, but the man's gone.
Well, that was Mr. D. He had important matters to tend to.
We gotta get you to the hospital, Elmer, right now.
All right, Miss Maddox, we can do that. I guess things are going to get back to normal now. Now that Mr. Death is back to work.
Well, now, and that was a close call, was it not? I mean, can you imagine a world without death? I'm a morgue attendant. I enjoy telling stories, but death pays the bills. Oh, yes, yes. Well, I'm afraid I must leave you now. I have to set out poison for the rats in Corridor 3. I so enjoy that. But please, do return for another story, will you? Until then, pleasant dreams.
that was quite an interesting little story. Right, a big acid trip, exactly. That's definitely along my lines of thinking. Pretty crazy. I don't know, what do you guys think of this painting? I think it's turning out pretty cool, especially the thing that I just did to tweak it. I think it looks really, really neat. I don't know, I'm kind of groovy with it. It's different. It's definitely a hell of a lot different than what I usually do, but yeah, I'm kind of digging it, I think. What do you guys think? Give me your thoughts. Should I do anything weird or different with it? Cuz I'm kind of digging it. Jolene said that it kind of reminded her of like maybe an anime inspired kind of a painting or something. I'm thinking like, anime or manga or something like that. I don't know. It definitely started out a lot different than what it turned out to be. But isn't that usually the case with my paintings? Yeah. Yeah, I do too. I think it's weird, but I definitely dig it. I do too. I think it's sound went weird there. Okay, there we go. So I hope that you guys have enjoyed the stories tonight too so far. It's interesting doing the way that I've been doing it. I like being able to like just kind of like hop on here like this, and give my thoughts and that kind of thing here and there too. So yeah. Legion. Weird Legion. Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about there. The TV show or the movie? I know the movie. I know they did a Legion TV show, but I haven't seen anything on it. But I do know the Legion movie, which was pretty good. It was interesting. I liked it. Devilman Crybaby. I don't think I know that either. Movie. Yeah. So that's the thing I was thinking too. Yeah, I like it. It's different. It's interesting. I'm glad you guys like it too. Well, I'll tell you what. I think that I'm going to go ahead and duck out here. Jolene's getting herself ready for bed, and I do think I've kind of reached a point with this painting that I'm a bit done with it. Let me see. I think we're going to raid out, and we're going to raid out to somebody that I don't think I've had a chance to raid out to yet. But they are really, really cool, super awesome person, and I think that you guys will get a big kick out of them as well. It's going to be Miss Merlot 13, and she's a lot of fun. Her ferrets are wild, and hopefully she'll show them to you guys too. But yeah, I'm glad to get a chance to raid out to her. We might be back on tomorrow. I'm not sure. It's going to depend on a few different things, but Jolene does have her birthday coming up on Monday. So we might have things to do to get prepped and ready for the birthday stuff. And if not, well, then I'll probably be back on again, maybe around 7 or 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll kind of run with things from there. But in the meantime, I thank you guys so deeply for coming here tonight and being with us. And oh my goodness, just had to get the last minute scare in there, didn't you? Anyways, so I love you guys. I hope that you guys take care of yourselves, take care of each other, make sure that you stay hydrated, stay healthy, stay fed. And in the meantime, keep safe out there and have fun. And we will talk to you again real soon. Let me see if I can find my end screen. There we go. Okay. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Incoming customer detected.
Keep your eyes open, boys.
We need to have a serious talk!
There we go. I couldn't get the stupid thing to work. It'll raid out now. Thank you guys.